Morning, everybody. Uh, okay, yeah, it's been a rough morning for me. Um, yeah, but I've been having a good time playing Spiritfarer with people online. Um, so I figured it'd be a nice way to yeah, I was playing some yesterday, and my power went out for a bit. Didn't mean to end my stream, but that happened. I checked, and it did save. We're all caught up with where we were, so that's good news. So hopefully we have a nice time doing that. It's been, yeah. Right, right. It looks like it's still taking a second to catch up. I had to restart my computer, so I apologize for that. Um, Apologize, I'm taking just a second to gather my thoughts. Um, we'll figure out what we were going to be doing then. Um, right. I know we needed to upgrade Summer's home, the summer home. We're helping a spirit has been stranded in the ocean, and we had a treasure map, um, as well as I think we have. Yeah, we're on our way to go see if we could invite another spirit on board, because we're kind of out of things that we can do right now, and I've got a feeling more stuff will be available once we get another spirit on board. They typically allow you to do different new things. So that's the plan right now. Can't upgrade Summer's place until we can make or find some glass, though. So I have to figure out how that's gonna work. Okay, we're gonna help that spirit first, though. So let's see. Wait. Oh, did it? Okay. We've got their notes still. So did we not? Huh. let's go back and see if... I thought the game saved everything up until where we were, but I suppose it could have cut short just before that. Yeah, it does seem like it, doesn't it? Because it was south of where we were, and I think that's about where we were when the power went out. So that's fine, just that bit we have to do again. Yeah, because that spot's not even open on the map. That makes sense. Okay. Alright, let's do that. Miles is playing with one of his bows. He's a sweetie. We got Astrid last time. That's her in there. Oh, and then we need to start this quest here. Yeah. Gwen is gone. She's, she said she needed some alone time. Now she's not on the ship anymore. Concerning. I'm expecting she'll be at her parents' old house. So we're gonna go there after we do some of this stuff. So we very well may, we're trying to figure out what we're supposed to be doing next. And maybe that's the answer. Miles says hello. Should let us talk to the spirit. Oh, we're not quite there yet. The sun being where it was on the screen, I thought the bar was full. It's alright. Good morning, Astrid. So we've got 4 spirits on board, but it's kind of quiet right now. Summer's been sleeping. She hasn't been feeling well. We need to get a temperature regulator for her home. That's something we unfortunately can't do right now because we have to figure out how to get some glass. And Gwen is taking some alone time, so it's really just Astrid and a tool. That's what I'm saying, a tool. You took the words right out of my mouth. I think she's hungry. Okay, there we go. Let's see what we got. She calls you Munchkin, I like that. They all have sweet nicknames for you. What about you, though? You're probably hungry. Paella? Ah, hug? Hey. It's the best. Big fan of hugs. Speaking of... So this guy, we did this last time, so I'm just gonna skip this. He needs to get to his sister's place. so she, so she can make him a map to get to his sister's place because he doesn't know where she is. And it's so we need to go find his sister so she can make us a map to his sister. It's wild. Apparently, unless I'm mistaken, that seems to be what's going on here. So let's do that. Although we had that treasure map to do also. And we were thinking, I looked at the route going around here. Let's see. So it should be right here. So I guess the thing between where I am and where it is, there's a bus stop, but there's no other closer bus stop. So if we did go there, we would just be going out of our way. So this is literally the closest way to get there, and that's a long way. But I want to get that done also because I know I'm going to forget otherwise. Wonder where Gwen could be. Maybe she took a trip to clear her head. You should look for her friend Stella. Yeah, I think I know where she is. She's I mean, she says she wants some time to herself, so I don't feel like we should rush it over. If anything, we should hurry up on Gwen's or Summer's thing, but we can't, so we're working on that. You made these for me. No. You know when someone just gifts you bars of metal? Real sweet. Uncle O'Toole just going ham on that flute. Alright, let's see what we got. I think we just recently got some new fish, so let's see what we got. An eel and some new kind of shrimp, I believe. Yeah. Okay. It's considered a fish, but if you cook it by itself, it may make its own thing. A medium crustacean versus I think the shrimp was a small crustacean. The regular shrimp. Or I think it was called a bay shrimp actually. That's actually good news because that means essentially when you make it, it'll just give you multiple servings because it's a bigger one. So let's just do one of those for right now. Make a few shrimp cocktails that way. And we can have some fun, see if it mixes with anything else we haven't tried yet. Maybe. I think we were in the middle of making some maple planks, actually. Yeah, and then Bella scratched at my door when the power went out. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's we were actually just in the middle of it. Yep. Let's do that, though. Got a little bit of time. Nope. If the power goes out again, we'll know it's just my computer doesn't like me making wood. It's good to know. Okay. Please don't do that anymore. Still getting the hang of this. Thankfully, it's very forgiving. The best you can do is 4. And, like, if you do a terrible job, it still gives you 2. Even then, I think it sometimes gives you 4 anyway. Like, oh, that was 3. But it's very forgiving, even if you screw up a lot. Oop. I keep looking over on the bottom left to see exactly what we got, and I'm not paying attention to the game at hand. Oops. It's just this thing's got a funny game. This thing's got a funny momentum on that needle. I suppose. Yeah, it's kind of, or actually like no real momentum, but it moves a little bit slower than you expect. I don't know. It feels takes a little bit of getting used to. Got a surprise. I'm assuming he's got more berries for us. Okay, there we go. Couple shrimp cocktail. Cozy, good morning. How are you doing today? Glad you decided to come back. I just woke up and found some food, and I'm usually having a rough time, so yeah, but I was having a bit of a rough time, so I decided I was having hey, we finally found the treasure. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, please figure that out. We want to make sure you're living, for my sake more than anything, for me, please. I'd appreciate it if you would. I was having a rough time, so this has been such a nice experience for me. Guys, we found treasure. What did we get? Oh. Well, if I knew that's what we were going to be getting, I would have came here sooner. Alright. Rad. Not a lot further. I think when you were near the end, my power went out at a certain point. So we didn't get much further. Was there anything meaningful that we did since you were? I don't think so. We were just kind of derping around. We figured out what's been wrong with Summer, but we don't have the glass to upgrade her business. We have Astrid, and she was the last one, so we have 4 people. But Gwen has currently stepped away. We're on our way to go see her. And Summer's been sleeping because we need to upgrade her thing, but we don't have glass. So right now we have a tool in Astrid. Not a lot going on actually besides that. We're on our way to go get a new spirit, but I think we just need to progress Gwen's business. Do I have the baubles? I do have... Oh my god, that's actually really smart. Hold on. Cozy, you're a genius. Or you've done this before. Or both. Hold on. That makes a world of sense. Hold on. Do I need a crusher, or can I just pop them in the foundry? Hold on. You are a... Oh my god, that's so smart. This whole time I'm thinking, I'm like... Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, so I'll let you know my thought process. I'm like, okay, from what I know about glass, you heat up some sand. And I'm like, I don't have any sand, but I'll bet you if we did, we could put it in the foundry and make some glass. So I was like halfway there. I knew it was foundry related, but oh my god. Foundry, you're my hero, thank you. More importantly, Summer thanks you. She's been not feeling well. So thank you. You're our savior. Oh, that's a very tiny window, isn't it? Oh man. Glass be picky. What do you want me to do about it? Stop it. Just need a cape. I mean, I'm sure I've got some capes laying around if you want one. That is... Thank you. You're wonderful. You'd think... I didn't even try. The thought occurred to me to come in here and see what because it'll tell you what things you can use in here. It won't just give you a full list of your stuff. And I really wanted to show up and just see what we could put in here. And I didn't. And now I oh my god, I'm an idiot. Alright. Well, thank you. It's funny because actually when I was starting up stream here, I sat down and I was thinking about the D&D conversations we were having. So it's funny that you were the first one to show up. Alright, so let's say we were improving Gwen's place. We need 3 more iron. we've got plenty of ore, we just need to make it, so that's fine. Finding this stuff is the hard part. Actually making it's fine. Alright. And actually, I probably, like, there's no reason not to make a full set while we're doing this, right? So we may as well make a full set. Alright. Then she'll feel better, and I'll feel better, because, her home, everyone else were able to make their places immediately. Her, though, we did not have enough limestone for a long time. And I felt so bad. Like, I didn't want, like we were just, like, neglecting her. We didn't have a home for her for a long time. And I felt really bad about it, so I've been trying to make up for it. Hers was the first one I upgraded, if nothing else. Try to make sure my people eat well, but, like, yeah, it's just, I felt bad about it. Thunk. Alright. So that'll do that. Got access to glass, and I'm about positive we need glass for something else. Yeah, I figured. We were on our way to go do Gwen's stuff. I just, at the end of last stream, realized that there was something we needed to do. Because she asked us, or she told us she needed some alone time, and I was respecting her wishes, but then I mean, you know, like, the windows were open, and usually you can see them sleeping. Like, you can see Summer in there. She's not feeling well, but she is, in fact, in there. But Gwen wasn't. So I went in there just to see what was going on, and it spurred the quest, like, yeah, we gotta go find her now. I didn't even realize that was the thing we needed to do, so that is what we're doing. I just, one of our people happens to be feeling sick, so, like, I feel like we should address that real quick. There we go. Hey, and that is the last of her improvements. I was actually wondering about that, because other characters that we improved, we got that achievement to pop up. I'm not sure if that pops up on your guys' end, but I just got the achievement for upgrading her business, and I didn't before, so I was kind of curious about that. Because Astrids, I don't think we have any upgrades. Iron, we don't have cotton yet. Don't have ash yet, and that's just not happening. So, oh, it was Gwen's place that we upgraded fully. Yeah. So we got Gwen's, and tools. We got him a shower, and I think that's it, because we don't have aluminum yet. But I mean, glass there, but yeah, there's a lot of new resources we haven't come across yet. I think it's just because I've been derping around and refusing to progress the story, or, like, not knowing where to go next, which is much more likely. Alright. So, let's, I think Gwen's place is next to the place we need to go to rescue the stranded spirit. So, that should be fine. We'll do Gwen's stuff first, though. No, I appreciate you for that, because I could not, I wouldn't even be able to guess how long it would have taken me to figure that out on my own. And, you know, Gwen is better this way, so thank you. Or Summer's better this way. Yeah, you know, you get 4 spirits on board, I start confusing names. Let's see. So, okay, so Furugawa, which is, I think, up here, right? That's over there, and Summer's business is over here. But they're both by a bus stop, so it's fine. Alright, that's alright. My god, I think the closest one is this one. Alright, well. Okay. Let's make breakfast. Water some plants. We've got a few things we need to get though. I do have need for a crusher because we just got some sugar cane. Excited about that. Catch me with a new ingredient sometime. I get really excited. Got a sheep pen. Still no sheep, so I've got to think that has something to do with because the different NPCs are associated with different buildings. So I think once we get a specific NPC, we'll be able to start doing sheep stuff. And there's also some wool that we need, so there by extension. So like, no rush though. We're slowly getting this all together. It's the benefit of everyone on board is already dead. There's besides cooking for everybody, there's really very little time limit. Although, Gwen, Summer, sorry, you feeling all right? You okay? Oh, I'm worried. I'll give her some time. I'm a worrier. I worry about people. Oh, hey. Alright, what we got? Yeah, we just got done doing some fishing. But I suppose there's not much else for us to do right now. Although, yeah, alright. Yeah, probably. I'm not sure if you were here for this part, but last stream I talked to... I keep wanting to call him Uncle Iroh because Avatar. But Uncle Atul. We were talking to him while it was raining, and he told us that while it's raining, you can catch different fish. And I never even thought of that as an option. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. Because Stardew does the same thing. But yeah, we caught some eels and some better shrimp and having a good time. Yellow. Oh, Summer's awake. Hey. I'm glad. I figured it would have been just... It was nighttime, so it makes sense for her to wait until the day. Gotcha. Hey, let's go see how she's doing. Hi. No Stella. Think I might have overslept a bit. Nah. How long have I been sleeping? What? That much? Hibernating, you say? Well, I guess it was bound to happen. Might have been ignoring what my body was trying to tell me. I mean, that's not something I wasn't even thinking about. She's cold-blooded. We've been all over the map. I can't imagine that'd be very easy on her. Bad habit of mine. Thank you, Stella, for taking such good care of me. Yeah. Oh, hunger? You've been asleep for 6 weeks. Can you hear my stomach? It's restless. A little something. Special occasion, hold on. Grain salad. Oh, we gave you grain salad last time. My bad, hold up. I'll give her other favorite thing. Another treat. A dessert will always cheer me up. Just don't tell my teeth. Can I get a hug, though? Blessed. Don't you feel better now? Yeah. She's sweet. Those are her two favorites. Typically she's alright with alternating between them, but I squeeze in other things that she likes also. It's no fun eating the same two things back and forth, but she's very easy to cook for. You wouldn't think because she doesn't eat meat, but there's a lot of options. We are already here. Alright. Fortunate thing is both of the places we need to go are right next to the bus stop, so that's fine. Alright. Alex, not Alexander. I was looking at the options the first time we talked to him, and the music note, I didn't realize what it would do. And the dialogue when you turn off the music is just funny, but it's he's a good character. One of my friends on here said that he was her favorite character. And it makes sense, he really is just like a big magical puppy, like the way he like even runs in circles, it's sweet. I had prepared the garden for Rose. I wanted to give her a nook of paradise. A home filled with so much love she would be overwhelmed by it. I was wrong, incredibly so. When she came to live with me, the garden's yield grew tenfold. It was a sight to behold. She had never had any formal training, and yet she always could tell which branch was sick and required cutting, or which plant needed fertilizer, or what crop was about to bloom. I've seen her wake up in the middle of the night to cover some delicate flower. The next morning, a surprise frost would have hit that region. She didn't need knowledge. She didn't need my crude tools. Chakras, gems, chance. No, she was an open gateway to the universe, an ethereal force. When the dragon came for its final visit, I was not scared anymore. We got a lot of catching up to do with Summerhold. Stella, I wanted. The dreams, Stella, they're back. So much stronger than I ever thought they could be. These visions, I see them now even as I'm awake. Reefs have turned into wafts of ethyl-scented smoke. And the rotten fruit formed into the eye of the dragon. Vitreous and sickly, and a coil of arduous rust. Another dragon has woken. He scares me. But suffering cannot be allowed. You would agree, I'm certain. Let's go help it, shall we? Alright. Out of curiosity, I'm just going to look and see where that is on our map. Although, Alex has a map too, don't he? Yep, certainly does. Alright. Yeah, like I didn't realize that's what that music note did. And the first time we talked to him, I did that by accident, and just the dialogue was just just really funny. Okay, so there's two serpents that were already on the map. So either we need to just visit one of those, or there just happens to be one further out on the map, which I would believe also. Because there's no indicators outside of the area. But there's no rush on that. We're gonna go do, I'm assuming she's here, but we'll go check there first, because it makes sense. It's the only real place on the map that she has a connection to. And even a tool said, like, is there any place she's familiar with? So, like, yeah, let's go find out. No rush, though. We should get there very quickly. Not sure what all I'm looking over, but make sure my ship is functioning correctly. Very particular. We fed him. Did we feed Astrid? Astrid? Hey girl, you hungry? Probably. Yeah. Makes sense. Do you like shrimp? Ah, okay, that makes all the sense in the world. I've been trying to get a handle on her tastes, and I knew at some point we were going to bump into something she didn't like, specifically, because her thing is she likes food made with one ingredient, and that shrimp is that. but it is also the category of fine dining, and I didn't even think about that. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. We're getting a handle on what she likes. That made sense. I should have thought about that. Dish type plain. She likes plain. That's something she likes. Yeah, so we've yet to figure out what her favorite is, but so that seems to be the thing. There's another question mark next to dislike, but that may be something that we're not going to bump into by virtue of it might just be something that's not a plain food or something specific maybe. We'll see. We've been doing pretty well so far by just the one ingredient things like I said. So we'll see. I had figured she'd be a big fan of coffee because her whole thing is she's like working class person. And I've yet to meet a single. I mean, I worked in a few factories in my life, and let me just tell you, coffee is a blessing. That is your lifesaver. So like the relationship between factory workers and coffee, let me tell you. Actually, the more I think about it, the more her character does make sense from that perspective. Because like, hey, Quinn's here. Because like looking at it from a perspective of a factory worker, let me just say, like, I can't get behind the whole gossip thing that she does, but that is a thing that happens in factories a lot more than you think it would. Because you're just basically standing there for 10 hours a day next to these same people over and over again. That's all you have to do is talk. Like, that's all there is. You just do the thing over and over again, for 10 hours a day, and you talk to people. So whether you like it or not, just people start finding stuff to talk about. So that actually makes a lot of sense. I do like Astrid. I don't know. I recognize she's not the most likable of the group. If I was physically forced to rank them, I probably would put her like lowest, but I still like her. Like, I think that's misleading. Oh God, how'd she know we were here? Oh, right, we're glowing. Oops. Still can't get up there. Or like, not yet anyway. We've got different abilities we need to unlock. We just recently got our glide, which has been really nice. I've been meaning to go back to some of the places and see if we can glide to get new stuff. Hey, Stella, that's me. Hi. I'm sorry. Sorry I even considered doing this. Ending your days in the family house is so cliche to boot. Can't explain myself either. I just wanted to finish it off, you know? To decide on my own terms how I'd go. Believe me, I know. Gwen. You know me. Oh my God. It's a little sad how relatable that is. Oh, alright. Continue. And not let myself be taken away. I've been weak, I'm sorry. Gwen, sweetie, why do you think I'm playing this game? Relatable. Oh, the irony. Crap, I feel so selfish now. Sometimes I wish I couldn't have been. I could have been like you, but rarely. Oh crap! Hug me now. Thank you so much. when people are dealing with stuff and trying to recover from things, it's very easy to feel selfish. You gotta let them know, like, it's part of the healing process. Letting yourself be a little bit selfish. And it's just difficult. Because part of healing also comes with a lot of guilt. So it's like, that's a big step for people. They can't allow themselves to heal that way because of the guilt. Thank you so much. I needed that. You always pull through. Alright though, you look a little hungry. Come here. Okay. So, I know what she likes. I don't know what we gave her last. Okay. There we go. So, talk to Gwen on the boat. Hey. Near the end of last stream too, Amber had told me the select button brings up the quests log, and I didn't know that either. You know, there's only so many buttons on a controller. You'd think I would have tried select, but here we are. It's been making this whole process easier. Alright. Okay, we got our crew back. Let's, what food do we have available? Oh, we still need to give these to, Summer. I think she'll be especially pleased about it. So I want to see, fine dining. Fine dining we just gave her. She likes coffee, she likes tea. She likes comfort food. Fine dining. Comfort. Okay. I think we should probably make another pork chop because that's a Tool's favorite. That's a Tool's favorite. He likes just about everything else, so we got him set too. Summer likes fruit, rice, popcorn. What else do we got? Mushroom salad, she's a big fan. Okay, yeah. So, veggie grill and grain salad's her favorite. Astrid, we're figuring out, but this she likes, that she likes. I haven't tried, well, I know she likes coffee, I guess. Doesn't love it, but, so I can imagine tea would be the same way. Popcorn, rice. Let's, God, we only have so many things to make for Astrid, though. Hold on. It's funny how few single ingredient things there are to make. Because several different things get grouped into one dish. So, like, fish, you think, you know. No, most fish just become grilled fish. So, fish, veggies. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Do we have anything? That's, well, I'm probably just overthinking it. Although I think we were actually short on some poached fruit. So let's do one of these. It's certainly simplified. Because in the real world, obviously you don't make things with just one or two ingredients. I think they just make it easier that way. Because some of the things that you make, like we did, I think it was like shrimp and corn, and it did like I think they call it a southern boil, which like those are two ingredients of, but I think it's just to for convenience sake. Yeah, like I've been looking around. It's just every once in a while I'll try a different thing. Like, because sometimes like a specific thing makes a different thing, even if it's the same category of food. So we just have been having a good time trying different stuff. But we're at a place where I really need to start finding some new ingredients because I really have been combining just about everything we have with everything else. But I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least one thing we missed. But we really need to get some more ingredients. I have. Wait, it's sleep time. Why are you? What? The boat's moving. How actually? Hold on. What? Well, I'm okay. I mean, if you'll let me. Cool. Guys, the boat didn't notice it's nighttime. We're in. And so far, a couple people give you some recipes for stuff. A tool's been good for that. Someone else gave you one. Oh, no, I found a pancake recipe that I've been really excited about. Actually, hold on, that's a good point. We never did check to see, because I was guessing that would be like grain or, no, flour. You can do flour, I think, at some point. Because you need a mill. So I guess it would be like that. And maple syrup, because I know maple syrup's a reward from Francis at some point. Oh, we did get Gwen, yeah. We just got Gwen. We needed to talk to her on the boat. I was kind of doing a lap, making some food. We're on our way to go do that one side quest for the stranded spirit. We're limited on ingredients because I've been slow to progress the game. So we need to find more ingredients for stuff. But of all of the stuff we have, I just want to make sure we have things that everybody on board likes. And I went through the checklist in my head. I think we're pretty set. We've got stuff for everybody. Because I think everybody on board now likes fruit, except for Gwen. So that's another good one. Yeah, we should be good to go. Hey, Alex. Then after we do this, we can actually swing by and stop by the dragon. Because we didn't get a new dragon icon on the map. So either it's a location we haven't uncovered yet, or we're just expected to go to one of the dragon locations. The Summer had said that there was a new dragon. So we're gonna go to that next. And actually, while we're here, this is one of the spirit locations. I'm very tempted to... Nope, we got... I know we probably should recruit more spirits. I'm very reluctant. Probably should. Alright. Probably should. Oh, Gwen, right. Why is it... Oh, people are still sleeping, aren't they? I was wondering where everyone was in bed. I'm like, what happened? Is everyone sad? Hey, Tool. You eat just about everything, don't you? He's sweet. Alright. Alright. Well, they're still waking up. So let's do this, come back, make breakfast, go do snake business, talk to Gwen. Got a few things we could be doing. Likely about to bump into... We'll see if we can find the spirit here, if I have access to them, because if you look on the map you can see where they are. It's just most of them I can't reach yet. So we're going to, if we bump into one that we can talk to, I think there's one here in like a darker robe that we just kind of ignored. Yeah, there you are. So I'm likely about to recruit them. Yeah. Like, I know I should, I just... Have anything I can sell? You can really want to sell those treasures to, Francis. Yeah. Alright. Hey, I never want to go back home. Being here is sublime. If you want to stay at my place, you're more than welcome. Here's my key. If the door stays jammed, you just have to give it a good tug. It always gets stuck. I want to enjoy this view forever. I wish I could enjoy the view. I've got screen boundaries. Alright, well, see you later. You do the best you can. Proud of you. Alright. Well, we do need to have an NPC we need to chat with, so we need to actually start talking to some of these people. I don't know why, but my brain really wanted me to start from the top of this hill. Work my way down. Just, I don't know. That's the way my brain functions. I'm joking, it doesn't function. Alright. Well, once we find the locked house, then I suppose. Hey. Where is that child? I've been looking for him all over. He's been acting all sorts of strange. I think he must have eaten a bad fruit or something. If you see him, tell him his mother's looking for him. Don't mention that I'm extremely mad. Alright. Hey. Welcome to the world renowned Furugawa tours. Or renowned. There we go. You ever say a word out loud? Like you're familiar with reading the word, but you realize you never really say it out loud, because when do you ever speak words? And you're like, actually, when it's coming out of my mouth, I don't know how to make the words happen. It's weird. Like, I know the word, I just realize, I'm like, how do you say that? Renown? Yeah, I think I'm overcomplicating things. The tour will begin shortly. It takes about 5 minutes and covers the rich history of this city. After, you'll have so many anecdotes, oh my god, about this place. You'll be the life of the party if you ever attend one. Me? Never, not even once. You know what? I'll get back to you. Is that really a side quest? Hold up. Really? Another one of these tours. This can't be a sound business model. Lovely. Thank you. Oh, bless. Alright. God, I love that so much. Because that's the thing, there are so many of these tours going around. Alright. Were you the... Oh, oops, sorry. I thought you were someone else. I should get back to it. Yeah, you get back to it? I could have told you that. I'm starting to worry that spirit person is really the person that we need. Alright, well. Oh dear. Lost at sea. Hey! He always does this. He always has an excuse. Last year, it was a new girlfriend. The year before, it was The bad economy. I mean, there's girlfriends and there's bad economies. That happens. It's part of life. How can I be sure you're not some strange person he paid to invent a story? He might be relaxing in the sun somewhere. Here, give him this if you're telling the truth. Hopefully that snaps him out of it. Is it illegal in the spirit world to read other people's mail, or is that like a living world thing? The front reads, "To Simon, you idiot." Yeah, well. I suppose I've got no real reason to read it. I feel like the title of the letter, the title of the letter really summarizes the content. I haven't had my coffee yet. Excuse me, I can't talk right. Oh, where's my coffee? Hold on. Coffee, get over here. Lovely. Oh, right. Okay. Hey, Gwen. Look, this will come as a shock, but I'm ready to leave. I just can't fight it anymore. But it's okay. I know you're with me. Bring me to the ever door where you met Sharon. I'm ready, I think. Are you, though? God, now I'm sad. I'm joking, I was already sad. Could you imagine? But Gwen. Oh, God. Alright. I don't know if I don't think she's ready or if I just don't want her to be ready. Okay, right? She certainly seems like something's still hanging her up. I don't know. Alright. It's my first time doing this. I'm sorry. I'm not ready. I think I'd be better at this considering it's my job, but first time. I'm collecting myself. Right. What time is it still? Oh, it's sunset. So, let's make sure everybody's... Yep, people need food. And... there we go. She's sweet. I know Astrid isn't like the cuddliest person on board. But look how fluffy she is. Oh. Gwen? No, you can make it for me later. No, you can give it to me later. Yeah, just hug. I know it's not necessary, but I love you. Oh. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, alright. It's fine. Until we get over here. I know you're hungry. You got planks? Alright. Well, thank you. You're not hungry. Really? Alright. I'll tell you how to live your life. Do need that bright jelly though, don't we? Oh, thank you. I know it's making my heart sad. Gwen's my favorite character. Oh, can I not give her that diamond? Hold on. Up until now we gave her rocks and she told us stuff about them. And I've got a couple new rocks and they're not letting me give them to her. You know what, Gwen? I feel like we're going to need to do a lap around the ocean just to make sure you're ready. Like, you know, we don't need to rush into anything. I'm sad, okay, Gwen? Oh, I'm very sad, okay. Oh, the icon's even lit up and everything. I'm mad about it. Ugh. I mean, it's her choice, not ours, right? And we gotta respect her more than that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because that's the thing. That's the period on the sentence of why everyone's here. Like that's happening to everybody. That's why they're here. Like, it's the most expected thing in the world. I just, I wasn't expecting to get attached to these people. Oh my. Alright. Daffodil. Alright. We do need to make sure we finish upgrading everybody's thing before they depart, though. That's mandatory. If nothing else, the Steam achievement. That needs to happen. No. Alright. Okay. Oh, that's mandatory. Got to. Preferably several times, but some of these people I've yet to figure out. Specifically Astrid. Although, hold on. Oh, no. Gwen's favorite's coffee, isn't it? Yeah. Astrid's we haven't figured out yet, but we just got her on board. So that one we're figuring out. But for me, that's less of that's less of an achievement, or more of just I want them to be happy. Oh, Alex, how are you? Alex, are you hungry? Do you eat? I'll bring you something to eat. Asher went from fanning herself, just wham, passed out. Alright. I mean, she's still sleeping. We got no reason to go there if she's still sleeping. If I'm passing on in the way you need to do that is by waking me up early, nah, it can wait. I'm not going on to the next life with groggy. That's not happening. I'm having my coffee first. Alright. Oh my god, we need to give her a coffee before she goes. That's like required, that can't, nope, refuse to let her leave any other way. And by extension, she can't leave until she's hungry again. Slick. Alright. Just, Oh, I've got several ready. I just need to wait for her to be hungry. Or awake, even, I guess. So let's catch a fish. Yeah, I don't think I don't know when the last time we fed her was. I gotta think we fed her since she's been back on board, but I'm assuming she's ready to eat. Like as soon as she wakes up. People usually, like when they wake up, they can stand to eat something. That's why in the morning I usually like to make the rounds and talk to everybody. The Tool's up first. That's just who he is as a person. Respect. And he eats everything, so... I'm going to start giving a Tool some of these fine dining things. Because Astra doesn't like them and Summer doesn't eat meat, so... Our fine dining stuff is going to have to start going to a Tool. Miles. Really? Oh my god, he actually stopped. He's never... Really? Miles started coughing up a hairball and he just kind of like stopped. He started looking at me. Oh my god. I always tell him to stop and he never actually does. Wild. If I give you a pork chop, okay, and a hug, all right, that's fair. We just gave her a hug. Still don't know her favorite food. And we did just recently get pork chops for that reason. I wanted to try one with her. They are pricey though, more expensive than you'd think, so let's just make one for right now. I like having one on hand. Oh, would you look at that? Summer's awake. Let's talk to her first. Hey girl. You're not hungry either. Can I get a hug? Right, that's fair. So when a person into my house and stands on my bed and demands a hug, reservation. Hi, Summer. I don't mean to interrupt, but, no, you go for it. I mean, what do I do in this situation? Okay, but did you stop because I wanted you to, or did you stop because you... Oh my, I feel so bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. She's weaving for the last time. Coffee? Can I get another hug, please? This is hard. I have a feeling this is harder for me than it is for her, and it's so funny. Feeling much better. Alright. God, why am I like this? It's a video game. No, I mean, that's not fair. If you can't get invested in these characters, there's really no reason to play this game, right? Like, that's the point. Like, if you can't get attached to these people, why are you playing it in the first place? So I'm gonna excuse myself. It's a very well written game. Alright, let's get out of here.
What is going on?
I don't know, Big. I've been trying to figure that out. It never goes well. But also, good morning. It's Gwen's time to go. Whoa, that's our first time being back here. There you are. Okay. It's our first time coming back. The water turned red. Right. Yes. My heart's breaking. Guys, we've got 9 spools of thread that we're never allowed to use for anything ever, okay? We're just holding on to that thread. We're holding on by a thread. Alright, we're here. This is our first person we're seeing to the next life. It probably is just fruit juice. Uh, it's Spiritfarer, brought to you by Tropicana. Okay, so I can't imagine. Like, I never in my life would have thought it was blood. Like, it's not blood, but it's weird that it's red. But we're going to this. This is the gateway to the next world. Where are you? Hey. Okay, here we are. I guess. Guess I've been waiting for that moment to arrive. Sooner or later. Will you accompany my friend? Thank you. She. It can't just be me, right? It doesn't seem like she's ready to let go. Like, there's something going on here. Am I bugging? It's so hard for me to tell because I don't want her to go. Like, she even said, I guess. Like, Ellie? Stop. I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell, and that's my problem. I recognize that I might be, but I also have no ability to tell if I am. But, like, who says, like, I'm ready to die, I guess? Like, that seems very uncertain. By definition. Alright. I mean, at the same time, was anybody ever really? So, we gotta respect her wishes. Yeah? Yeah. Stella, look. There's something I wanted to give you. I used to hide it in my old music box. Jesus Christ, Pig. God damn. Oh my god, really? Well done. Alright. I'm not tearing up, you're tearing up. I used to hide it in my old music box. I don't know why. It always felt to me like it was the best hiding spot. Here it is. My old lighter. I haven't thought about this old thing in a while. It barely works. Same. I stole it off Father when I was 12. Please use it to remember me. In the good times. In the bad times. They exist together, intertwined. There's one thing you learned from me, it should be that. I feel like it feels like the things with her dad like are unresolved, like, right? Like, she never came, like, there was never any more of that. Whatever it is with her dad, she obviously still bothering her. I think I'm like, do I have the wrong objective here? Like, because I was under the impression I was trying to help them work through these things, and that's something she has not worked through. Hold on. Ellie's yelling at me. It's their breakfast time. I'm gonna throw up my be right back screen, and I gotta. It's their breakfast time. Hold up. I will be right back. came back. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I just want to make sure she's happy. I was messed up about it. / I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So if like there was like a side objective I missed or something, like if I'm getting the bad Gwen ending, I want to know about it. But I really think it's just, I'm so indecisive all the time, and until you bring them to the door, it's just like it's very up in the air. Like you can just take your time. Once you do it, you do it. Alright. Okay. Come on, Gwen. I suppose this is part of my job description, so we have to actually do this thing. I guess this is why I'm getting paid. Seems I couldn't escape it, doesn't it? Me being here now. You know me, I've never been one to dwell on the past. Mainly because it always felt overwhelming to me. Like an irrepressible wave of resentment. But even at this very moment, I still wonder. I don't know if I've ever tried to connect. I've been so sure of it. My opinion just never changed. You know what I've always said? That people come and go, but don't pay attention to each other. They never really did. That lives are only ever parallel, adjacent at best. Well, that's bullshit. I can see that now. And you're the proof of it. And not just you, but Mom cared as well, in her own way. And others here, even given the circumstances. I still don't know about Father. I should probably forgive him now. Find that last shred of strength left in me. Would that make me a better person? Would that make a difference? Maybe. But after all this, I don't think I care. And it doesn't matter. Because I had my best friend by my side. I had you. You are a wonderful person, Stella. My life would not have been the same without you. The light you showed me was more than a beacon. It was a guide. Only I was too blind to see it. My shades were too opaque. Okay, let's go. I can't hold it any longer. Thank you, Stella. Thank you for bringing me here even if you didn't want to. Thank you for kicking my butt and shaking my ego. Don't forget that I have loved you as much as I could. Goodbye, my friend. See you there.
Street 9 Love.
Thank you for the bits, Big. I am not crying. You literally can't prove I'm crying. There's so... Yeah, no. Stop it. Alright. Oh my god. That is so valid, though, because it's like, yeah... That's what I was doing. People expect there to be, like...
Street 9 Love.
Well... Robot Lady's having a hard time, too. That's what I was doing, though. People expect there to be, like, everything to be concluded and wrap up and there to be closure, but not really. Like Like, that's life. You can't just like expect everything to have an end like that. And I think she was like, you know, you gotta take good stuff and bad stuff. I think she was at a good place. What are you about? Really? Oh my god. Game. Game, I can't do it anymore, alright? Stop it. Oh my god. Really? What is happening? Quit it. Oh. It's really just trying to punch me in the heart, isn't it? Like, it's really just going hard. Oh. You know. I'm gonna shut up and just let this play out. Because this is really pretty. Alien, good morning. How are you doing today, friend? We're having a bit of a moment, so I apologize. I'm trying to collect myself. This is really, oh, my heart. Oh. I feel like that may be us, or maybe not. Because I know her color was that red. And it does seem like we're getting along. Or her mother, but it sounded like her and her mother weren't super close. So I'd be willing to bet that's us. Hey, I'm glad. Friend, you deserve nice days, so I'm happy for you. Alright, I mean that just like reinforces the thought I had that these like there aren't animal people. It's just when you pass on like that, your spirit takes the form of an animal that represents you. Okay, I mean if nothing else, that's like confirming. All right. Hello, terrifying owl monster. What are you? Oh my god. I wasn't expecting a boss fight. I'll be honest. We finally meet. Face to face. For such a long time I've been watching you still. Okay, calm down. Close yet far. You've kept your distance. But you knew I was there. I had no idea. I would have brought a sword or something if I did. Alright, hold on. There's the sun's in my eyes. I need to hold up. Get the sun out of my eyes. There we go. We're fine. It's fine. Hidden in every shadow. You are sounding more and more ominous. What is wrong with you? Skulking in every silence. Are you the villain? I was joking about that. Are you actually a bad guy? You got a pet cat today. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I just fed mine. They're still having their breakfast. Since the very beginning, I have been a part of you. Are you like God or something? Is that what you are? Even as my existence was but a foreign thought, and as your loved ones surrounded you with care and affection, I waited silently. Oh my god, are you like death? Is that who you are? 'Cause stop. Your joy, your pride, your happiness, moments of laughter, of bliss, of friendship, gone. Okay, buddy, maybe dial it back. I know it feels just like yesterday, but the hourglass has turned, and at last you have found me. Go now, for I have not yet fully awoken. Resume your duties. Carry on your graceful dance. We'll meet again. Soon. Spiritfarer. Right. Well, you know they say about giant owl monsters. Let's try to forget about that giant owl monster. The school cat was... There's a school cat? Hold on. What school do you go to? Because I need to enroll. That sounds amazing. You know me, I'm a cat parent. Love cats. Pork chops are ready. There's a flower? Oh, one's place? Chair. Oh my god, so like... That's... What's happening? Spiritfarer. Okay. A small Polish school and there's a cat living nearby. That's really sweet though. They can smell it on you. They're like, so where have you been? Who do I smell on you? I couldn't, because I would love the cat too much and I wouldn't be able to leave. It'd break my heart. Oh, that sounds really sweet. Alright. Spiritflower. What else were we doing? Summer's thing. I think we're getting closer to summer's ending too, and God, I'm dying. The aluminum dragon. Okay, so I've been trying to figure out where we're going to get aluminum from. We need aluminum. Alright. Mr. Bees. Oh, God. Mr. Bees. That sounds weird. I mean, if you don't mind, I'd love to see it. Because pets aren't just the ones you own. Like, okay, so... Aluminum. Quartz. Also quartz. Okay, so there is an aluminum dragon somewhere, and I gotta think we just haven't bumped into it yet. Okay. My feelings are probably a little delicate right now, but, I mean, it's the same way. It's very much the same way of, like, dealing with people you care about passing, because, like, obviously, right? Like, that's the whole point. But it's funny because these people have already passed, but, like, the reason you're sad when people pass is because you don't have them in your life anymore. So, like, this is very much, like, at this point in time would be that moment, because up until now, like, whether they died or not, you're still interacting with them, so for all intents and purposes, they're still alive to you. And at that point is when you lose them. So you very much go through those same feelings as losing somebody. And those feelings are like, you're glad they're at peace. Like, that's the goal, right? Like, if it happens to everybody, then you just hope for the best for them, right? But you still miss them. Like, those two things can be equally true. Like, they're ready to go, and you respect that, but you still miss them. And I feel like that's a lot of, that just summarizes losing people in general. I feel like this is a very, oh god, it's like this is a very well written game, right? Didn't expect it to be that real. Maybe I'm just sad all the time. I think about that stuff too much. Alright. Hey, Albert. Yeah, it's like, it's weird how, like, so similar this is. Like, I'm getting all those feelings. Bezord, good morning. Alright, well, I appreciate you, friend. Not sure if you're even still here. Now let your friends know you appreciate them. Bezord's, well, I mean, obviously a friend of mine. All you guys are friends of mine. But, always really good company. Nice person. And I mean that as a big compliment. One mighty foundry. When they built it, they were surely thinking outside the... Albert, how dare you, in my own house, Christ. You hear that, Albert? You made Ellie upset. Or something. Hi, what do you want? Hi. Oh, she's purring at me. Hey, sweetie. Hi. She just had her food. And she's yelling at me because she wants me to pet her. And when I don't, she's like, you can see the wheels turning in her head. She'll tilt her head. Like when she's trying to figure stuff out, she'll tilt her head and look at me. She's the smartest of the three, so like she's smart enough to know when she doesn't know something, and you can tell when she's trying to figure it out. The other two don't even try, they just don't. Oh, she's so cute. Alright. Albert, I respect you. So what do we got going on? Still no wool. We could upgrade that. We've got no reason to, but we can. Oh, that Spiritfarer. That was that. Okay. So now we go to the next area, right? I don't know, we're missing iron. I don't know what to do. Let's go get some iron. Let's get some more iron and then let's go to the next area. I'm glad we decided to stop by because I genuinely didn't think that thing we had was that thing. It looked different to me in my inventory. So I'm glad I thought to check. Alright. I think we need like 8 iron, so we're just going to be doing 2 batches of these. Iron takes a little bit longer, so it's not too awful long. You're just trying to keep the temperature between those 2 needles on there, and you'll see that bar slowly raises. Like, it's very not difficult, but you know. It doesn't need to be super challenging. This isn't the kind of like hair-pullingly difficult game. It's meant to be just an immersive story experience. Relaxing, you know. It's like making metal. You get transported to a minigame where you need to shoot down like fighter planes. Like, nah, it's just, you know. You might just have a nice relaxed time. So you put 1 coal in there per, not per metal, per smelting experience, I suppose. So we put 2 in there, so that covers both of these, even though we're doing 10 iron. So it really makes the most sense, like, to do more at a time. So whether you do 1 metal or 5, it still takes up that 1 coal. Not sure if, like, I would assume it takes longer to do more at a time, because I believe that's how cooking works also. But if it does, it can't be very much at all. It seems about the same, but I've never timed them. Either way, it doesn't take very long. I would have thought cooking would be faster than smelting metal, but, you know, let's just create creative liberties. Let's be thankful it's not accurate to actual times, because we would be here a very, very long time. Alright. And then wool. We do not yet have wool. Rock Destroyer. Man, I love that. Okay, so we still need wool. Yes. Got to. Because I refuse to get rid of any of these people's rooms. So we're just gonna need to keep building around them. Okay, so what were we doing? Hold on. We did that, we just got the ice. Okay, so the good news is we can now break the ice. So. Okay. Let's, the treasure was down here. This was the guy with the that needed the stranded guy. We can get through here now. And for Astrid's story, we need to go talk to Masha. And there's also this mine up here, as well as I'm expecting a bunch of other stuff. So let's talk to this guy first, and then go hard into this Astrid story or whatever else is up there. Yeah. May take a minute to get down there, but it's very out of the way. There's no reason we can't do some fishing, be a little patient. One of the things about this game is it's very good in regards to helping you be patient. Stardew helped me the same way, actually. Really helps you just take a breath and let things happen. No rush. It's the benefit of being a ferryman for dead people. Like, they're not going anywhere. Until they do, oh god. But I wasn't expecting, there's a Gwen constellation now, so I've got it. As big as the sky was in that scene, I got to assume everyone has a constellation, maybe. Hopefully. If that's the case, that's actually really sweet. I am looking forward to checking out the model cat, because that sounds like, man, you guys know I'm a cat parent. Love animals. Yeah, I gotta say, Albert. I'm a big fan of Albert. Like, I can't help it. I don't know if I've bumped into an NPC I don't like, actually, which is very impressive. Oh, we can't water them while she's doing that. Alright. It didn't say it needed water, but I was hoping to impress her with my gardening abilities. That's really pretty music. Hey. Would you look at that? You're able to find my sister in the village. That's incredible. Is she mad? Don't tell me. just read the letter. If I make it, I'm sure that it will be worth something at least. Thanks again. I'd probably be at the bottom of the ocean without your or my sister's help. Is that... Wait, hold on. Is that the end of the quest? You alright? Because you're kind of still out here. Alright, well. Good luck. Okay. let's go do the other stuff we're gonna do. Let's see. Oh Christ, yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere. Let's go back to the Blood Ocean. I think this, I don't know if this is close enough to be in the Blood area. I wouldn't think Alex would be within it, but we'll see, I suppose. It's the next stop on our tour.
If you can't compete, you can't eat. And you know eat rhymes with sweet. And I'm gorgeous over here, boy. We honeybees over here.
Thank you, Big. We do be honeybees. And that's important to be reminded of every once in a while, you know? Keep things in perspective. Appreciate you. Let's cook some rice. Actually, what other foods do we only have one of? We need to get a crusher. Okay, so the bar straight up disappears. Really? Last time he didn't give me an option to say no to this minigame. Are you really gonna make me? Oh, it did give me an option. I just wasn't paying attention. Well, it's not even his fault. Alright, well. It's a paella. Do some rice. We can make some popcorn. So that's some popcorn squid. We got pork, but God, is it expensive. So let's cook some popcorn, cook some squid. I've got so much lightning on hand right now. Like I have nothing that uses lightning. I've got no reason to have it. I keep going through lightning storms and I keep accidentally saying yes to this minigame. I suppose it does give you some money, like a little bit. Like, and it's not even I don't like the minigame, it's a fun minigame, I just don't need these things, I've got other stuff going on. I don't know if I'd mind it as much. If time could elapse while you're here, I think that'd be a lot better. It's just like, I don't mind doing other mini games because time is, like, we're trying to waste time while we're doing stuff. It's just here, you don't even sail while you're doing that. That's alright. I'm sure at some point we'll be using up that lightning and we'll wish we had more. Maybe, I don't know. So we're still going. Rice is done. Let's make some squid. Yeah. We did have an upgrade for the foundry, didn't we? We did actually. I never checked it. Still nebula fabric. It's wild. We got like these nebula pillbug things that we've interacted with. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them. And I feel like a specific NPC would I need to have them first. The same way we couldn't do the lightning thing until we had a tool with us. So that would make a world of sense. Alright. Because with how many things require Nebula Thread, I feel like if I would have had a specific NPC by now, we would have been able to do a lot more. And like, with that knowledge, you think I would pick up some more spirits? Still don't want to. Oh, alright. Probably should. Hold on. There are 2 we can adopt right now, and we did just say goodbye to Gwen, right? Let's go see Masha. Hold up. Nope. I missed somehow. She's the biggest thing on the map. How'd I miss? Alright. What are we talking about? A lot of fine dining with meat in it. There you go. That's gonna be his thing now because Summer doesn't have meats and Astrid doesn't like fine dining. Hey girl, you hungry? So we still can't gift her anything, so the precious stones that we have, for some reason, we just can't give her. Having a fully improved house makes them very happy, doesn't it? Wow. I wasn't expecting, like, wow, that's okay, cool. She's very happy, which makes me happy. Hi, Astrid. Let's make you something. What do you like? I mean, you like a lot of stuff, so let's... Hold on. Can I give you a hug? I just noticed the pads of her paws are like fuchsia colored. I love that. We've arrived. Okay. Hey. Hey, girl. Okay. Good talk. Here we are. As I told you, Masha and I never really got along. She's a tried and true blabbermouth. Well, when you got a mouth that large, it's hard to stop stuff from falling out of it. And no, not the funny kind. And yes, much worse than me. I love it when a character's able to, you know, take a crack at themselves every once in a while, like she knows. I don't want her to feel bad about it, but she's aware of it. People take themselves too seriously. I never took pleasure in destroying other people's lives. On the contrary. Alright. I should be able to pull off a little bit of acting here. Let's see if I can fake it. Yeah. Perfect. Masha, good to see you, good old hag. Nailing it so far. You've retreated much further than I thought. How are you doing these days? Well, well. If it isn't Astrid, you've never been this nice to me before. Oh. Well.
Stop. Kids, both of you, knock it off. Come on.
Oh my god.
Girls.
Yeah, I love both of you. You need to stay away from each other. My two female cats just snip at each other a lot. Mostly in the way of Ellie gets excited and she runs up to Bella, and Bella gets scared and she hisses at her. And I can't blame either of them because neither of them are really doing anything wrong. Ellie just like gets really excited and like rushes up to people. Like she's just always like running around and excited about stuff. I don't think she has any ill intent, but Bella gets scared, and I can't blame Bella for being scared. Like, they just both need to stay away from each other. It never goes well. Children,
Stop.
and like Ellie went to her corner, but she's still looking at her, like she's waiting for the opportunity to like approach and reintroduce herself. Ellie just wants to make friends with everybody. That's the thing, and Bella wants to be left alone. Hold on.
Hi.
Here. Alright. Just wanted to pet them both for a second, let them know I wasn't mad at them, and Bella wanted to go see my family anyway. Alright, we'll be alright. Apologize. Did Olga send you? Should I assume you'd need a favor? If it's a scarf, sorry, honey. But I've just given the last one I knitted to a lovely chap in the mountains. But I still have some winter socks if you're interested. That's nice of you, but that won't be necessary, no thank you. Stella here welcomed me on her boat and made a wonderful house for me while we were cruising the ocean. All of my needs are met thanks to this wonderful young lady. Actually, it's information I'm after. Darling, have you heard anything about Giovanni? I know it's silly, but I'm still looking for my lazy husband. These lines, my brain stops when I hit the end of a line. It's awful. Olga said in the letter you had a lead on where to find him, right? Oh, I did actually. But Astrid, you know I'm not in the business of gossiping. Olga maybe, and I won't even talk about her, Irina. But me? Oh my, never. Remember when I inadvertently mentioned to Sir Brogwood how his wife had met with his cousin in the lower garden? Is lower garden slang for something I don't know about? Or when Mrs. Fredericks confided in me the favor of her foreign lover? You don't? Exactly. It's because I've never told no one. Oh, Masha, darling, that's true. What do you make of Sir Langdon's spat with his wife? Oh, because someone blabbed about his mistress to Mrs. Langdon's maid. What about that time when little Bobby accidentally discovered who had killed his pet bird, Zachariah? Oh. What do you think of the ruckus caused by the discreet revelation of Mrs. Gardner's secret stash of fine liquor? And I can go on and on and on, honey. But that was different. Where is he, Masha? Oh, well, okay. He's in Loneburg. He hooked up with someone. I don't know the details. Wasn't so hard now, was it? Thanks a lot for helping me out, Masha. Your kindness is as gigantic as your forehead. You did the right thing and I won't forget it. Who knows? You might even receive a crate or two of freshly threaded wool in a couple of weeks.
That's what you get for being a bad guy.
I mean, yeah. Chagareth, good morning. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well today. We're talking to a turtle lady. I'll leave you to it. See you soon, Masha. Your stupid face. I'm out of here. I mean, I think your face is alright, as far as faces go. Mine isn't that great either, so I can't talk. Why is her... Okay, her eye was like... Yeah, her eye's just... Yeah, that... Like, there's a color thing going on with her eye. Oh, you know what's happening? Their model gets out... Things that you can interact with, their model gets outlined in white. The inside of her eye has that same outline. See on the around her head there's that white line. The inside of her eye has that line too for some reason. The game doesn't treat the inside of her eye as part of the model that you're interacting with. That's weird. Like, look at that, because you leave and it goes away. You come over, it comes back. You see when the line outside around her disappears, the one inside of her eye disappears. That's weird. Anyway, right. Okay, we're going to Loneburg. Shagareth, welcome aboard. Yar! I'm glad you're doing well. I had a good cry, and then, we started playing this game, and then I had another cry for other, game-related reasons that time. Now we're just playing a game and hanging out with people, and, hopefully we're gonna have a nice day. So, Loneburg. Metal rope, hold on. Is that a thing? Cotton seeds, oh my god. We need cotton seeds, like desperately. We've been trying to find cotton. If we can get cotton, that'd be a miracle. Hey, well, I appreciate you. You're a good friend. I cry a lot, it's just, that's, yeah. Alright. Anywho, let's go here, because we finally broke through the ice, so. We're commonly known as wire. I mean, I'm thinking like maybe several of them bound together, but like metal rope, that sounds weird. Because that would be like cables, wouldn't it? Like, I don't know. Until we actually see what the thing in question is, I guess I'll reserve judgment, because we very well could bump into it and be like, oh my god, that is metal rope. You were right.
If you can't compete, you can't eat. And eat rhymes with sweet, and I'm gorgeous over here, boy. We honeybees over here.
We do be honeybees, though. Thank you, Chagger. Gotta be reminded every once in a while. How can I never leave when one of these giant turtles is here? Can you let me go, please? Can I leave? Yes. Go. Oh my god. I hate that. I actually hate that, because I never think to do it, and I waste a bunch of time. Like, you can't leave these turtles until you actually tell them goodbye. And I know it's a minor thing, but as dumb as I am, I always forget that, and I waste a bunch of time just sitting here. It's more of a me problem, right? Like, I'm an idiot, so it's a problem. Alright. Let's make some popcorn and get out of here. Hi, Astrid. She has never been nice, running her mouth like that. She's the mean one of the bunch. Is she?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the thing. All of them are just a bunch of gossips, and they talk about each other behind each other's backs, and they're all essentially just the same person. That is kind of how it goes with people who gossip, though, isn't it? But enough about her. Thanks for bringing me here, Munchkin. So Giovanni is in Loneburg. Well, he usually hates winter. Let's go find him, Munchkin. Alright. popcorn. We should be good on food for the time being. Until we get some more new kinds of food to work with. So we're going to stop by that mine. Go check out Loneberg. Plastic coated metal rope. Yeah, it's just I don't know what to call that. I've always referred to them as like cables because you see these like metal wires bundled together. That is a thing. I guess I would have called that like a metal cable. I'm not sure though. I'm assuming that's what they mean by a metal rope because that's what a rope is, just with fibers. Like bundled together like that. Okay, so maybe it's just a name thing that we're not like. I'm betting we're referring to the same things. It's just I've never heard anyone refer to it that way. It's always been like a metal cable, I've heard it called. But I'm guessing we're all just thinking the same thing and just different names for it. Because I'll be honest, I don't exactly. It doesn't come up in conversation every day. Like it's not something I talk about all the time, right? Holstein Mayans. Yeah, like, honestly, just calling it a metal rope, like, yeah, that isn't, in fact, an accurate description of it, isn't it, right? It just sounds weird in my brain. I don't know, it's a big world, people call stuff all kinds of things. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. It sounded weird in my head. Okay. It's morning. I was going to see if everyone was fed, but they're probably still sleeping, so let's just get onto the island and see what's up. It is very early. I believe some of you... Chagrith, maybe. I think, yeah, you're in a later time zone. I'm not sure if you've eaten yet, but if not, maybe consider doing so. I want to make sure you're eating. Rest of you guys, I'm not sure who's in what time zone. I know Big, it's very early, and Cozy, it's early for you too. So I won't bug you about it, but hope you guys eat something. Oh, wait 1 second there. You can't be here. This mine has been abandoned for 40 years. You can't just waltz in there. What'll happen? I'll die? Stop. Oh! Oh my god, Witch. Good morning. I've not seen you in forever. I wasn't even sure if you were streaming yet. I was kind of sad. I hadn't seen you online in a while. How are you doing, friend? How have you been? As well as friends of Witch. I was actually just bugging my chat to make sure you guys eat something. In our time zone, it's very early, so maybe not, but hope you guys are doing well. Hex and Boba, that's really sweet. I remember you got a new bunny. I didn't get to see very much of them when we went on. Haven't been on stream with you in a while. Dad joke. That is very important. Hold on. I'm gonna do a dad joke. I'm gonna do a bonus dad joke because we got some raiders and I want to make sure I'm a good host. We are playing Spiritfarer. Not sure if you guys are familiar, but it's been a very relaxing, peaceful stream for me. No spoilers or anything, but we just recently said goodbye to our first spirit, and I cried a little bit, but we're just doing the best we can. So let's do just a couple dad jokes for you guys. But no, I hope you've been doing well, friend. So computer, you gotta work with me here. Computer, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Stop it. Alright. Ooh. Okay. Well, just awkward silence, I suppose. Can't do anything about it. Alright. So guys, what's the best thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. Oh god, I'm sorry. Calm time 2, and of course there's no better stream. I agree, you are the best streamer to hang out with for relaxed time. Very good streamer. 10 out of 10 even. Play Osu because apparently my hands ain't ready. It's early. You need some coffee yet. Which is always really nice. I recognize most of the people hanging out are probably Witch's people, but if anyone here isn't following Witch, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but you are making a mistake, so you should probably go follow her. 10 out of 10 streamer. Very friendly. Okay, so let's do a free joke. Free joke because we've got a bunch of streamers, or a bunch of people hanging out with us now. Yeah, okay. So, what do you call an alligator wearing a vest? An investigator. Hold on. Drum. There we go. It never works right the first time. Wow. Alright. Okay, so this man's telling us we don't have credentials, and I'm mad about it. But I love the attitude. I do see some potential in you as a future security recruit. You just need some training. I went to school for this job, I suppose if you went out and got some credentials, I could deputize you. That would work, actually. A break once in a while does sound nice. Listen, go out there and train for this job. Double jump, glide, zip line around. Okay, so there is a zip line ability, we just don't have it yet. You need to be able to do all that before I make you part of the team. See you around, recruit. Okay, so that's likely going to be the next ability we learn then. Alright. Still kind of confused, like, what happens if we go in there and we're not prepared? We'll die, that we can't. Like what would happen? Sam Strawberry, good morning. How are you doing today? I missed you. Don't want to be weird about it, but I was thinking, I'm like, I haven't talked to in a while. And I'm sad about it. Alright. We're having some nice relaxed spirit time, though. There's Summer. There's Astrid. We just recently said goodbye to Gwen. I was very sad about it. We're doing some of Astrid's story now. I'm just making sure everybody has eaten, because you gotta make sure people... I know you want some fried chicken. I do not have chicken, sir. Stop. Hold on. What do we got for... Uncle Atul is hungry. We need to feed him something. Hold up. There's have some squid. And a hug? Alright. It's important. Like, as much as you love hugs, you gotta ask people first. And if they say no, you gotta respect that, Respect people's boundaries, They're allowed to say no to a hug. But you're also allowed to hope that they say yes. Just, respect them when they say no, right? Mm-hmm. Can I have a hug? Thank you. Look at Daffodil. Oh my god, I love her so much. Daffodil, hug. Lovely. Thank you. Alright. So that's... I think, Summer wasn't hungry. So let's go to our next spot on our destination, I suppose. We were going to Lone something island? Is that the aluminum dragon? I think it is. Guys, we found it. Hacker voice. We're in. Okay, so this was the next spot for Astrid. And this is the next spot for Summer. And we're closer to this one. So, on one hand, this is closer. But hear me out. this dragon is also further along on Summer's quest line, so I'm worried if we go to this one, we'll have to say goodbye to her too. And I really don't want to, so we're going over here. Do that later. Miss me with that. I love these people. Summer, I would die for you. She's sweet. We had one person leave us, and it just tore me up inside. Cried a little bit, you know. So we're working on that. You might pass out. Right. Okay. Well, as long as you're safe. You know I worry about you, but I don't mind you dipping out to get some rest. In fact, if you need to sleep, get some sleep. But just want to make sure I shouldn't be worried about you. But if you're all right, yeah, go get some rest. I missed you and I like chatting, but no worries if you pass out. I'd do the same. I love how this game looks. It's a very pretty game. I keep the resolution all the way down because my computer's kind of but look how pretty this game is though, just the animations. Uncle O'Toole just going ham, look at him. O'Toole, you hungry? I think I just fed everybody, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha, yeah, if you need some sleep, get some sleep. I just don't know if I should worry about people or not ever, so I just by default worry about people. Bzzz, it took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, you know, Sam Strawberry, I've said this before, she says what we're all thinking. And I mean that. Alright, whoop, whoop, whoop. Summer... Are you hungry? You are still not hungry. I need to stop bothering people. God, oh my god. That's my, like... I'm a mom friend. I just cook for people, make sure they're eating. Speaking of, I know it's early for most of us because time zones and whatnot. What happened? Hold on. This is right. We just bumped into this. Oh, they're gonna get it. And the cool eye face. Jesus, thank you. Guys, we found some stuff. Alright. Yeah, let's see what all treasures we've stumbled upon. That is aluminum. Guys, you wouldn't think I'd be that thrilled about a chunk of aluminum. You really wouldn't. But here we are. And I am. Sunflower seeds. Also, like, we're getting a lot of new stuff. I kind of expected, because this is like a threshold area, we needed the icebreaker to get here. So I was expecting quite a few new things, but that's like... I kind of hate celery, but it's also new, so like, let's plant some celery. I guess. Yeah. We're also, the place we're going has wool, and we need that and some of the aluminum we found. So there's a lot of good things here that we've been waiting on. Okay. Catch me excited about finding some celery. Summer's really sweet. That's the snake lady. Alright. So Loneberg. So yeah, the cabbage, cotton, metal rope, it's all stuff we need. And this is Astrid's next location. She's trying to find like piecing together her story. Apparently her ex-husband just like slept around a lot and we've been trying to locate him. It's very unhealthy. We're trying to help her move on, so hopefully her story has to do with, like, you know, not wanting to be around him anymore, because that's very unhealthy. But we'll see, you know. It's like, it's not our business to make these decisions for them. I'm just trying to take care of these people. When we get done there, we're gonna go do Summer's thing. Like I said, joking aside, that's the aluminum dragon we've been waiting on for her story. As much as I don't want to say goodbye to these people, we're helping them resolve the things that they need to be resolved. That's like the point of the game. In case you guys aren't familiar with the Spiritfarer, we're kind of like the taxi for the afterlife. People pass on. They have all this like baggage, like these unresolved things, like all this regret and sadness, and we help them, like, not just like we take care of them. They travel with us. We make friends with them. We cook for them, and when they're ready, we help them work through those kinds of things, and then at a certain point they move on. So it's very much getting to know these people is the appeal here. We're here. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Okay. One of the main quests really is just a tool wanting fried chicken. Jesus Christ. Alright. Well, you know. I can't be mad. The tool's a sweetheart. He's really just so excited about everything. You feed him, gives you a hug. Like, he's just a really sweet guy. Stella. He's been here. I can feel it. I won't beg. But if you could. Oh, come on. You know what to do. It's a new shop. I'm guessing this is where we buy stuff. That is a jammin' emo you got there. Hold on. And it's jam. Oh, wow. I promised I called it jammin' before I saw what it was called. Oh. Whew. Man, that's spooky. And this really is just metal rope. Okay. Alright. I know I need quite a few of these, don't I? I had a lot more money. We bought an upgrade to our ship recently. Let's just do that. Alright. Hey, Summer. How are you? Browsing for some seeds. Like you do. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so the NPCs you bump into here will have this sort of like wispy smoke behind them. If it has a solid shape like that, that is one of the NPCs that you can bring with you. In fact, you see in the window there, there's like a kind of little bit of, on the top of the window, you see like it's flickering. That's the smoke. You don't get a good look at it because they're inside, but let's see if anyone else is here. I could show you. Maybe. Really? Alright, fine. But, that's how you know it's one of the spirits that you can bring onto your ship. And once you do their form, you find their form. So it's like, the spirit world, your spirit takes on the shape of whatever animal represents you. So until then, they all look like that. Can I really just not? Okay, fine. Just barely not able to double jump up there. Okay, so my issue is the only person I have to talk to is this guy. And I don't want to accidentally recruit someone on my ship when I don't want to. Like, I'm trying to only do so many at a time. Oh, you know what it might be? I might need to be able to climb up this rope up there. Because I'm betting it's the person inside the house. And I don't have that rope climbing ability yet. So that's an excuse to, we're gonna get out of here for right now. So let's see. Hey. Well, don't just stand there. Welcome him aboard, Stella. Oh, God, it is the... Okay, fine. Right, fine. It is that guy. It has to be. I hate that. I'm trying not to prejudge because, like, you know, you hear stuff about people, you know. I've never even met him, but we've been following this guy around for a while, and he just... It's her ex-husband, and he gets around a lot. And, you know, no judging or anything, but, you know, when you're married, don't. Probably, right? Oh my. Stop. Stop. You'll call me Peanut. How dare you? That is adorable. Stop. Knock it off. I don't know if he's flirting or just... Like I said, it's hard to tell because, like, I've heard stories about this guy. What? We're looking for someone named Giovanni. But that Bambina doesn't surprise me one bit. I mean, who isn't looking for me? Sir, I will attack you. Leon formidable. Yeah. I was gonna say that silhouette. If he's not a lion, I don't know what he is. And that's funny because Astrid is the lynx, so they're both types of cat. So I guess that's fitting, I suppose. Sorry to break it to you though, but you're a bit young for me. I will rend you asunder. I'm the god of the underworld. I will. All right. Astrid, you say she's with you on your lovely boat. Say no more. Here I come. Right. Right. Oh, this was unexpected. I'm not happy about this. Mandatory, still not happy about it. Let's head out. I guess when you're the taxi for the afterlife, you don't really get to choose, right? Try not to make, you know, I don't know. Like to think there's good in everybody. Maybe we'll get to know this guy and I'll be alright. So far, I've liked every NPC that we've bumped into, so I'm kind of worried. Giovanni. Astrid. Oh, Astrid. You look good. Always. And you look splendid too, Princess. Astrid, I was looking for you. Everywhere I went, you were not there. Honey, my life is empty without you. The air tastes like dust. The ground feels wobbly. The stars are gone from the sky. And no one is here to scratch my back. I even had to buy a back scratcher. You know, the wooden ones with the little plastic hand on top. Stop it, Giovanni. I haven't forgotten what you did. I will never forget. But, what? But I'm willing to forgive you. See, that's what I mean. It's very unhealthy, and I don't appreciate it. Like, I wanted to keep them apart, so that's why I'm so upset about this turn of events. Only if you promise to behave. Can you do that, Giovanni? Can I trust you on this? Or should I forget about you right here and right now? Yes. Oh yes, my princess. Have my back and I'll show you how trustworthy I can be. I'll shower you with gifts and never take the slightest peep at another woman ever again. Evans, I'll even stop looking at other people. You have my word. Am I the only one here that doesn't trust him, or am I being just I don't know. Because like I want to give him a chance, but not at the expense of her. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's gonna make her worse, then I feel like we're justified in snubbing this guy, right? Give everyone a chance, but not if it's gonna ruin her life, afterlife. All right. Geovicans. Sure. You're still on probation, mister. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like if he means it and he follows through, then yeah, like, you know, give people a chance to change, but he seems really slimy, right? If I ever see you doing something fishy, I'll kill you. I'll help. You hear me? Come here, I have so much to tell you. Like, I'll throw him in the water. It's my boat. I've got, like, underworld god magic, I suppose. Yes, I will be making him his own room. I'm watching you. Giovanni and I have a few things to settle. You don't need to babysit me for a while. Sure you got better things to do than watch two ancient lovebirds reconnect. I'll talk to you later. Okay, so I'm thinking we may be getting close to the end of her story, because there's like... The other two characters had a point where they wanted to be left alone for a little bit. Maybe. And we do have Summer's bit to look at. Let's see, early morning. Oh god, now I have to figure out what kind of food he likes. The nurturer in me really wants to make sure I make the food he likes, but the friend in me really just wants to, like, throw rocks at him. Right, okay, right. It's very conflicting. But, you know, I am the Spiritfarer, so we have to do Spiritfaring stuff. Hey, bus stop. Let's see. Pork chicken. We finally found where to get some chicken. As well as some pears. We didn't find the spirit there? Because I promise you we just did. Weird. Okay. Let's actually go there. Yeah. The dragon's further away now, and I know it's my fault because I intentionally sailed away from it, but like, no rush. We're trying to learn a little bit of patience. And since we're right next to a bus stop right now, if we bump into another bus stop, we essentially can just teleport right back there. Yeah, Tool. That Tool's great. He eats just about anything you give him. Let's see. Squid skewer. Bouillabaisse? Yeah. Just the way he enjoys food makes my heart happy. Alright. Like when you enjoy something, you want to share it with people you care about, because you want them to enjoy it too. It's just, I think that's that way. The same way the Tool loves eating, he also loves cooking and sharing food. And I think that's really sweet. I think I'm the same way, because as sad as I get all the time, yeah, it's like, I like cooking for people, because that's, you know, it's nice. Eating every once in a while. So you picked a spot on the map. A wonderful initiative, Bambina. Stop. Call me Peanut all you want, but Bambina makes me feel kind of weird. It's like you're kind of flirting, but at the same time acknowledging I'm a child, so quit it. Like look at the look on his face. There's a disconnect here, and it's making me very uncomfortable. Seeing the world, going places, meeting new faces. It's all so exhilarating. Before we go somewhere incredible, though, can you something for me? Let's just go somewhere else. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret.
He's licking my face.
Only ever with permission. And let me just say, that's the kind of like, there's no great way to drop that in conversation, by the way. That is just, you gotta rip that band-aid right off. Okay. A secret. The fact that he's not saying Astrid in the look on his face. Sir, you said you'd behave. I'll throw you in the water. I'm not reading that. I refuse. I don't want to be an accomplice. God, I know for a fact he's not doing this for Astrid, and I'm mad about it. You just got on board. Jesus Christ. Ask me how I know that. Astrid doesn't even like fancy food. Like, specifically, that's the thing she told me she does not like. I mean, okay, now hear me out. If nothing else, this guy living here and being awful, maybe this is what she needs, because like she knows he's like a jerk, but she's wanting to forgive him. If she's like face to face with it, maybe she'll finally be able to move on. Like maybe this is what she needs. As sad as that is, like believe me, I'm mad about it, but I do believe that part of her process of moving on is going to involve her finally realizing he's just a massive butthole. But you know, we'll see. Hey, dog. Don't you feel better now? The good news is we finally found a character that I don't like, which is wild. We had a pretty good record here. He's the 5th spirit we bumped into. Good. Is starving. Nothing I can do about it. It really does seem like he seems like the type that would be into like exotic or whatever they call it, like the fancy food, luxury or whatever. I'm guessing he has very pretentious tastes. So like I'm able to make a guess at what he'd like, and I'm kind of curious to see if I'm right. But that's part of the conversation I was having on stream last time, though, in regards to Astrid, who's not that bad to deal with. She's fine. Some of the things she does aren't that great, but she's fine. But I had said you're not always going to get along with everybody. You don't need to be friends with someone to respect them and want good things for them. Not everybody in the world is going to get along with you, but it doesn't mean that they're bad people. And when I said that, I was meaning Astrid, so it's like that was an easy time to say that because Astrid's not that bad. This is really putting what I said to the test because, right. So I said it and I need to back that up, right? You really can't get up there. Hold on. Daffodil's stuck down there. I know it doesn't matter, but let's do the thing so she gets unstuck. So I really need to... I mean, at the same time, though, is that just me being nice to him out of spite just to... because I'm worried about being a hypocrite? I don't know. I'm putting too much thought into it. Let's continue. Let's, Huh. Really? Okay. I forgot we spent all our money, right? That's fine. We know where this is now. We can come back. Okay. We don't have the wire climbing thing yet. So that's unavailable, but here's another shrine. We need to bring in one more spirit before we can activate this thing, and this thing should give us the wire climbing ability. It should. Oh, these are worth money. Hold on. I'm betting that would give us enough for at least one chicken. Likely. Probably. Which normally I wouldn't, I mean, not that big of a deal, but a tool really wanted some. And he's one of the people I like, so let's do that. Should always move your arms when it's cold outside. Like this. Look. I'm talking and moving. I'm multitasking like a champ. No one can stop me. Alright, sorry. Didn't know. Alright. We could sell some things too and probably get enough money. We can't sell any of our treasures, the things that are meant to, like, they exist only to be sold. Except unless we're talking to Francis. Okay, you need a crusher to make sunflower oil. That's what that's for. Okay, that's fine. And I really was hoping for that song just because, like, the music in this game is really pretty. Whoop. Okay. My cabbages. Okay. If nothing else, the fact that we just got here means that our map is going to expand slightly. Every time you get to a new location, it shows you the surrounding area on your map. No, Astrid's hungry. I'll feed you. I mean, I've got no issue with you. In fact, have some fish. And a hug? Yeah. Astrid's sweet. I'm willing to commit a felony to protect her. Just want to make sure that's clear. All right. Okay, he's full. He does still want chicken, but that's a quest, apparently, so, like you do. Let's see what else going on the map. Okay, well, I mean, if nothing else, we found a bus stop. Hey! Rad. That's Francis, he, buys your stuff. Regular shops will buy stuff that they can sell. He'll buy the treasures that you find for good amounts of money. And he will also sell you bottles, so if you need bottles for anything. Let's see, we need to get a crusher, we need an orchard. There's a few things that we need. I don't know if we didn't have the resources to make any of them though. But now that we've got a new pool of resources available to us, I think we can start making new stuff, and then with that make more stuff, and so on. It's like a chain of things. Once you build a structure, that helps you build the next one, and so on. We're just waiting on some stuff. But we might be able to now. Ooh, cat status. Well, a little bit ago, hour and a half-ish, hour and a half, 2 hours ago, the cats had their breakfast. So they reached a place where when cats get done eating, they like to clean themselves. And they find a nice place to hunker down for a nap. So Ellie's curled up on my dresser. Specifically, she's in a loaf form, and very cute, just the cutest. And Miles is curled up in like an upside down U shape on top of my pillow behind me, and he looks very comfortable because, like, oh wow, like you can tell when an animal's sleeping really good. Yeah. And Belly, yes. Bella wanted out of my room so she could spend some time with my family because they were up and doing stuff. So she's downstairs probably loving on them. Likely napping somewhere around. That's what cats do. They like to nap. All right.
Beads.
I mean, basically, Big. They're cats. They eat and they nap and they have a nice time. Beads. Yes. I mean, if you don't mind. Usually. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna get that chicken for a tool, and we're going to go do the aluminum dragon thing for Summer. I've been putting it off because she's just such a sweet character. It ruins me when I had to say goodbye to Gwen. But, you know, that's what we're doing. That's what we need to do. Yeah. You know, it'd be like that. Although, I don't think we've done any fishing up here, so let's see if we can catch anything different in the Arctic. Bye, Francis. I'll see you later. He is an onion. Really good guy, though. Really? Wild. Okay. Guys, we got lobster. Cool. Wasn't expecting that. I keep forgetting, like, yeah, different areas I'm sure have different stuff. we have access to this new area up here, which is like, we needed the icebreaker to get up here. So it makes sense that, okay, that's also a new fish. So yeah, so it makes sense that there's new fish to catch. Oh, we don't have fat though, do we? We need fat for the fried chicken. Ah. Well. Alright. So I don't think we can do that anywhere without some form of fat. I'm not sure what form that's going to take, but I know we don't have any. Okay. Well, let's just cook. One of these chickens, then see what happens. Because the recipe for fried chicken does require fat with it. I'm sure we'd get just like baked or grilled chicken, I'm sure. Stella, are you mad at me, Peanut? Have I done something to offend you? Yes. I mean, actually, yeah. Feed me then. Pretty please. I gotta tell you, my hands are tied. There's literally nothing I can do about it. And honestly, I'm mad you keep bringing it up. Well, maybe later. Alright, Gwen, you look hungry. Right in front of him, too. Ah! Lovely. God, that makes it better somehow. Alright. Where is a tool? He might be in the mill. I don't know. Either way. Did we... I did not... Oh my god. I always forget to set the destination right. Oops. It's embarrassing. Catching them lobsters, though. Actually, I want to see if I cook a lobster by itself. I should be able to get something unique, right? It counts as a crustacean, but if it didn't give us a unique thing, I'd be surprised. The same way squid gives you its own unique thing. Let's find out. Blue salmon, that's another new one. Oh, busted. You monster. How big, you're becoming more powerful and I'm mad about it. That is not one of my jokes. God, I feel like oh, you're more powerful than I am and how big. It's terrifying. Wasn't even paying attention. To do the I'm not surprised. Jambi's very funny. We're on our way to do the aluminum dragon thing, which will A, progress Summer's story, and B, give us the aluminum we need for stuff. So let's do that. Station. I'm so mad. Why do people have to be so funny? I can't keep up. You know, I wish I was funny. It'd be nice, right? That's too bad. Oh, we got a ways to go. So in the meantime, I kind of want to fish. Let's do some lumber, I suppose. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of the sawmill. It's too loud. I can't. I'm sorry. Talk to you later. Alien, good morning. Appreciate you, friend. We're just doing wood-related activities. Oh, we nailed it. Oh, perfect. Flawless. I woke up this way. Okay, good. Lumber. Not sure what we need all this wood for, but we're going to cut the wood and then we're going to find that out later. You know? And our lobster's done. No, I said that the first time we were doing this too. It's like, if you've ever worked in a, like this makes no sense in the least, the way this is happening. So I worked at a lumber factory. Like, clearly it's not how this works, right? Like, I think we all recognize that this is weird. But like, at the same time, what else are they gonna do? Because I promise you, it's just like, you watch logs go by. So like, they had to give you something to do, I suppose. But yeah, you're right. This is like, let's just obliterate these logs, like just make them completely unusable for anybody. Here's all of your wavy planks, sir. Here's your wood pasta. Did we end up somewhere? Hold on. Where are we at? What happened? Did we discover something? Hold on. Oh. We actually did discover something. So, I mean, big when you want a wavy house. How else do you build a wavy house?
Wood pasta.
Wood pasta indeed, thank you. Some pasta. Oh god, it's gaining on me. Oh, Jesus, not like this. Alright. Imagine just like people coming in needing lumber for stuff and the look on their face. The confusion. The fear.
Wood pasta.
Still wood pasta. Thank you. Appreciate it. We got some cotton fibra. So that's good. Wood pasta again. That sounds pretty... Wolf pasta sounds pretty rough. Lobster germinal. Really? I mean... I suppose they could be German. I'm kind of surprised I forgot to ask. Alright. Hadn't considered it. I'm mad about it. Good. You're welcome. Cabbage. We got cabbage. Can you make anything out of cabbage, or do people just have it? As far as I know, cabbage is only made for like coleslaw. If anyone on my ship eats coleslaw, I want to know now so I can just throw them off. I don't care. They're leaving my ship. Coleslaw? It's like, oh god, how would you describe coleslaw? It's like shredded cabbage with like this milky white liquid stuff and like bits of carrot, I suppose. What is the liquid in coleslaw? That weird soupy stuff that coleslaw's in. Oh god. Very unhappy about coleslaw. Okay, so what do we got going on around here? Who are you? Susan's Museum. Okay. Guys, we're just like uncovering all kinds of map. The silver case. I'm not sure what you're meaning. Guys, we're discovering stuff. We're gonna have to say goodbye to summer later. Mayonnaise and vinegar. Oh my, it is so much worse when I actually know what it is. That is disgusting. God, I hate coleslaw so much. Alright, so it's shredded cabbage and carrot in mayonnaise and vinegar. Oh my god. I'm guessing something over here we can't reach, right? Because otherwise there'd be no reason for that wire. Alright. Oh, I also love cauliflower. I'm a big fan of cauliflower. I like cauliflower, I like broccoli. Although this part here, I'm going to have to invert my eyes from the screen because as much as I love this game, and it hasn't been that bad so far, like there's been only a couple parts where I felt uncomfortable, this is making me feel wildly uncomfortable. Got a terrible fear of the ocean, and For most of this, it hasn't been that bad. But, you know, just that's kind of rough. Alright. So, I need to get up there. Got that face. Larry Salzberg knows faces. I've always said that about Larry Salzberg. He's a face man. And yours could be on a poster. On a billboard. You're not talking, but I can imagine your voice. And I hate it. But we can fix that in post. We want one of the girls to dub everything. You'll be perfect. What? You're not an actress. You don't do vaudeville. You've never been with... That one I don't know. Huh. Okay. Nothing for those French shepherdesses or whatever it's called. Also a reference I don't know. That's impossible. You would have been perfect. What? If that's true, you're pure undiscovered talent. I can promise you, sir, I've never been good at anything. I must have you in my next picture. I must. I don't have a script nor a director, but that doesn't matter. It will be called something like Visions of Perfection, a thriller, murder, suspense. Buddy, what a wild coincidence. I've got a victim in mind. It's funny how you bump into people like this. I know just the guy. Something to get the blood boiling. Something to make the town talk. Talking about my young new star. It'll be a box office smash. Can't you see it? Let's say yes to be nice. I knew I could count on just walking the streets. You'll be a star in no time, or my name isn't Larry Salzberg. Is it, though? Can I see some ID? Now we need to find you a co-star. My casting director is on her honeymoon with her new beau. Somewhere warm. Doesn't matter. What does matter is this picture I just thought about in the last 5 minutes. I do need a cast this picture with stars. Star power. This town is drier than my shirt on a clothesline in the summer. Let's see. Joan is filming that daughter-mother picture. Vivian is out of the question. I want to know why Vivian is out of the question. What did Vivian do? Judy is off somewhere magical. So we're literally in the spirit. We're in the shadow realm right now. Hold on. Alright. We'll need to find someone with gumption. Gravitas. There's veteran Catherine, who would work. Apparently she's been taking in nature recently. Somewhere in obscure canopy, I believe. Wait 1 second. I just had another idea. We could also go to the demure? Naive route. Someone like Ingrid. She could also do justice to our new movie. He's really getting into this. So basically he's just giving me locations on a map, right? This is just a fetch quest, right? We just bought a new place in Old Central District. You could go meet her there. Ah, so many possibilities. Casting movies, what a rush. Alright, I'll leave it in your capable hands. Find us a match. Something you think that will pop on the screen. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, that's 2 special locations that you just gave us. That is true. I just wanted to like put in words what was happening to me right now to make sure I was right. Just to, because he was talking a lot, right? I just wanted to summarize what was happening. Make sure, right? Make sure I was on the same page. Just simplify things. Fetch education. Yep. It'd be like that. Antique boss. I was about to say I love the fact that your character can't even climb up this rope without the rope climbing ability, but then I paused and thought, I'm like, can I climb a rope? No. So actually that's probably fair if you think about it. I also can't double jump, so maybe I'm the one who's letting down the team. Some lunatic wakes me up every day. He jumps in the water screaming. He always says, oh, what is it? I'm the big fish man or something like that. You know, it's not just screaming, it's the thrashing in the water. Poor fellow doesn't seem to know how to swim. I should close my bedroom window. Maybe not. I don't know where to get it big. I'm still working on that fetching happiness thing. That I'm trying. I came here for the ocean breeze. I came with the early bird swimmer. Okay. Alright. Good luck. Appreciate you. Be safe. Or else. Alright, yeah, that seems... Alright. Let's get out of here.
Quest completed. Fetch happiness.
God, I wish. Thank you for the bits, Big. Yeah, appreciate you. So over here, let's go to Susan's museum. Oh, but also, let's, where on the map are those things that he told us about? Or are they on the map? Hold on. Did he actually... Okay, I think that's the one. Or maybe not. Because that one was there already. So I've got no...
Quest completed. Fetch happiness.
I love how much of a delay there is now. That's what I mean, Streamlabs stopped working. I'm surprised that that still works. That's like the only part of Streamlabs that still works, I think. Alright, well I don't know. Unless the thing...
Beads!
Beads? Yes, usually. Unless the places he was talking about were already places I've been to, maybe. That'd be possible. Don't know. It's not the top of my priority list, to be honest. This museum, though. Oh, buckle up. Do you think we should feed one guy? Because I feel like we should, right? But on the other hand, I don't want to. So it's very conflicting. Yeah, let's feed the one guy. Christ. Where are you at? Get over here. Hold up. Summer's hungry. Priorities. There you go. Don't get me wrong, everyone else takes priority. You have a question, go for it. Bumble. Oh, like a streamer? You go to your stream manager, and on the left where it says creator dashboard, there's a bunch of options. There's insight, community, content. You go down to viewer rewards, and it'll give you one for points, one for emotes, and I think another one that doesn't really apply to me, I believe. Not sure what it is. That's where those are. I gotta make sure all the people on this ship that I care about eat. That's important to me. Oh, hi, Oscar, or whatever. Christ. We really do gotta feed this man, don't we? Right. I heard terrible sounds. I told myself, oh no, the engine is going to explode. But no. A gigantic, tremendous roaring sound was my stomach. Fine. Aha, now this is something special. Quite the fine dining experience. I told you. I knew the moment I saw this guy, I got him pegged. Like, Jesus. Creature of refined taste and exquisite complexity. Jesus Christ. I'm a little disappointed I was so right about this. Like, God. With Astrid, it took a little bit of figuring out to see what she liked. This guy, he's just like, he's all razzle-dazzle and nothing on the inside. He's like a beach ball. Oh, Christ. What's something he likes that's not his favorite, though? I mean, that's fine. Yeah, it's alright. Hug. Maybe later. Alright. Let's do our museum thing. Whoa, walrus. If you do have any questions or need help setting something up, though, friend, I'd be glad to help. I'm not the best at this situation, but I know the basics. Like I was saying, it's a lot of it's very simple, but if you don't know what to do, then you don't know what to do. And looking at all the options, it can be a little overwhelming. There's a lot of buttons. But once you know, it's very straightforward. Oh, great. Just fantastic. Oh, the Spiritfarer is here. You know me, and you're also already in your animal form. That I didn't. That's okay. Besides those turtles, I don't know if that's ever happened yet. Well, a couple times, I suppose. Because Albert was already a shark, right? Yeah. It doesn't happen very often, though. On this God's forsaken rock, in the middle of the ocean, she came all the way over here. She saw the cold, steep surface of the cliffside below, with its broken ladder. She saw all that and thought, yes, how inviting. Surely I am welcomed here. I'm beginning to feel like you don't want me to be here. Susan? Well, you found me. No use running from it anymore. Let me run the old tape for you. Ahem. Spiritfarer whose name I don't know, nor care to know. I am the Collector, otherwise known as Susan. The gods, in all their materialistic arrogance, have played a cruel trick on me. You see, I am the Collector not by choice, but by duty. Through your ceaseless plunder of this world's very finite wonders, you will no doubt come to stockpile a collection of junk to rival the greatest garbage dumps in history. My duty is to reward this behavior with more junk. What irony, is it not? My predecessors used to ask for the accumulated bundles as payments, to do who knows what with. But the job description says nothing about that. and I certainly have no interest in your filth. So when the time comes, show me what monstrous assortments you managed to put together. Grab your meaningless reward and leave. Is it Friday? That doesn't sound right. Is it? Oh, wild it is. Happy Friday. Quickly. And pick up after yourself. Okay, so not just selling this stuff to Francis. I think I can give this stuff to Susan here, it seems. Let's find out. Hey, Susan. Oh, collections. Oh. Okay, it's just everything. Let's see what you've got now. Looks like some kind of... Why? Why in the name of everything that is holy and beautiful do you carry this horrible thing around? It is not only offensive to my eyes, it hurts the very essence of my soul. But wait, I recognize this. Oh no. I should have known from the very beginning. It's that man, isn't it, who sent you? That shallow, materialistic, superficial fraud of an intellectual. He sent you here, didn't he? What a crooked, treacherous weasel. That was my nickname in high school. He's mad about losing his precious little wood print, isn't he? Well, now he's never going to see it again. I can guarantee it. Perhaps he can learn a thing or two about a set... Christ. I need more coffee. Why do everyone in this game gotta be so wordy? And as far as this preposterously silly collector, your reward is... Let's see. No, this can't be. No, the fates can't be so cruel. Well, alright. Just take it. Take the bloody wood print. Go back to the blabbering fool. Just take anything you want and get out of my sight. Okay. Got no idea what's going on. Just ever. Right. How exciting. You've started collecting a new type of junk. This time it's fish. They smell bad and they're terribly ugly, yet you can't help but to try to catch them all, can you? Fortunately for me, you probably won't be able to complete this collection. They're oh, Susan. Stop, this is a family-friendly stream. Oh, we've got all of these. Broken, shiny rocks. What a joy. We've got a long day ahead of you. Listen, don't let me keep you, Spiritfarer. You have 2 jobs now, finding gems and spirits. By the way, we even came up with such a ridiculously sounding name as Spiritfarer. It sounds terrible. It doesn't roll off the tongue like my name. Susan. Suzanne. Susan the Collector. Oh wow. Halfway there, finder of bright rocks. You must really love the way they look. You are amused by such mortal things. It figures. Well, I'm not keeping you. Go. Oh, how wonderful. You've pillaged almost all of the precious gems around. How lucky this world is. Oh, great destroyer, show us your ways. Oh, great. Well, you're clearly not even listening. Take this and leave. Ooh. Okay. Well done. You are but mere mortals in our... We are but mere mortals in your presence. Tell us, O great Spiritfarer, what can I possibly give you that would quench your immense appetite? Well, this concludes the thrilling saga of how many gems you can bring me. Don't forget not to write. Eric know it all. Oh! We don't even have a crusher yet. That's great. Fantastic. Not even close, Jesus. Alright, well. That one either. That one's a little disappointing, actually. Alright, well. Very nearly done with fish, though. One more fish, actually. Let's see if I can catch a new fish. Here. Let's find out. Oh, my legs, yeah. Snap. Oh god, my legs have been crackled. Yeah, I'm gonna not look at it this time because for the first, yeah, this game is starting to, like, my water fear is starting again. Alright. We've already had one of those. God, okay, never mind. I thought that was going to be okay, and it was not. Okay, so figure out where to go next. Alright, good morning. How are you doing today? I mean, we had a good cry and I'm having a coffee and we're playing more Spiritfarer. We said goodbye to Gwen and it, oh god, it was, oh god. I'm messed up about it. Alright. We're getting close to finishing off Summer Story 2, I believe. And in fact, we're going to stop by Francis. We're going to go to the Aluminum Dragon's Net. So we're getting there. I know, my heart's still sad about it. But you know, we're here for these people. It's sad for us, but she was, you know, you help them to get to a place where they're all right with passing on. So it's like, you know, this game's really weirdly accurate to like the feelings of, I don't know, I want to say losing people because it's just a video game, right? But at the same time, like, the writing is so good, like, all of those same feelings, it's wild. I don't know. Either what I mean is I miss Gwen. That's what I mean. Okay. Yar, we're rich again. Okay. Alright. It's just like I care about these characters so much because, like, I don't know, they're all really sweet. And I know, like, you know, oh god, I don't want to get too real with it either. It wasn't my intent here, but you know, I think we all lose people. I've got my own issues with depression and things, but it suddenly got very real. Like, Gwen became an actual, like, it's funny how these characters are so good that you actually get attached to them. Or maybe that, I don't know, might be me. Kinda sentimental, sappy. Get attached to characters. But, you know, I guess that's just a testament to the writing. Good game. But yeah, it was really sad when Gwen left. Like, it punched me in the heart. Alright. In the cellar. I didn't even know a cellar was an option. Hold on. Like, you're like 10 steps ahead of me, game. I'm still trying to find, like, sheep. Oh, by the way, we found this guy. Goody. Right. Hey Astrid, you hungry? Like, Gwen, okay, I think it was you that said you liked Gustav then. I know somebody did, so either it was you or it was you and someone else. I'm not sure. If you did tell me last time that it was you, if not, then someone else here is a fan of Gustav. Maybe Amber. I'm trying to remember who Amber liked. It might have been Gustav as well, actually. Maybe. Right, we're feeding our friends some food. Hold on. Chicken? Yeah. I like Astrid. Okay, yeah, I think it was Amber then. So that's interesting to me. We weren't like best friends with Astrid, but once this guy showed up, we got very protective of Astrid. We're trying to find a place that we can just throw him overboard, because I'm assuming that's something the game will let me do. Fingers crossed. Alright, let's do some more sad story stuff. Oh my. Like I recognize I'm the Spiritfarer and I'm supposed to like I was saying last time, you're not gonna get along with everybody. And like you don't need to see eye to eye with everybody. Someone can be like not your personal friend and you still think you want good things for them. They could still be a good person and not be like connect with you on a personal level. I understand that. And then we bumped into that guy, I'm assuming as the universe's way of teaching me a lesson. The universe was like, oh really? Are you sure? We're about to make you prove that. So like I want to give this guy a chance. It's so much more difficult if he's actively hurting someone you care about, right? That makes it like if he was just a slime ball, that'd be one thing, like alright, you know, let's work our way through the slime and figure out what's underneath. But if him being here is actively detrimental to Astrid, then all of a sudden it takes on a whole new, like, it's different. So my way of dealing with those feelings is I just haven't been feeding him. So that's my way of doing that. Like, they're already dead. Like, he's gonna be sad about it, I'm sure, but come on. I don't need to feed him. That wasn't in my job description. Something smells different. Don't you think? No, as I thought. Just help it, Stella. This is the aluminum dragon. We've been in the market for some aluminum. Oop, okay. Well, you are so much taller than you need to be. Stop it. Oh my. Sir? What's happening? Yeah, like... Gained the power of flight. Very impressive. This is new. No, it's like what I was saying is... Wait, really? What? Hold on. Ah, got... How? What? Okay, well, we're figuring this out. Can I can, okay. This is... honestly, like, considering what's happening right now, this is very well coordinated. Like, it seems like this was practiced. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. No, the way he talks to you, it's very weird for me because it's like he calls you Bambina, so it's like he's acknowledging you're a child, but at the same time he is being a little flirty, and it's kind of like both of those things at the same time is making me wildly uncomfortable. I'm just glad that Gwen wasn't here at the time because I actually may have stabbed him. I would have downloaded the mod that lets me stab him. Yeah, like I'm trying really hard to like obviously I'm gonna go through the story and stuff. It's just making me no. It is the first time I bumped into a character that I didn't want to find out more about, or at least like I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt. Like Astrid, she's a little abrasive at first, but you still like. I had no doubt in my mind she was a good person. She just like you had to like get to know her a little bit better. This guy I'm not so sure, and that's like the first time I've had that, so it's a little more. I'm working through this. Like I said, it makes it more difficult when he's actively hurting someone you care about. But on the other hand, this could be the best thing for Astrid. Like, we know that she needs to move on from this guy, and being face to face with who he is as a person may very well be the thing that helps her. And that's the reason I'm continuing. It looks relieved, doesn't it? I wonder what it means. If we are ever to cross this dragon's path again, I think we should help it. However I might feel about it. For now, though, I need some time to collect my thoughts. Thank you, Stella, for everything. Like, Summer's a sweetheart. I'd go to war for her. This guy, I don't even want to feed him. So I won't. That's my concession. It's like, I'll do the stuff my job tells me to do because I'm the Spiritfarer. I don't gotta feed him. That wasn't like part of the job description. I feed people I care about. I Spiritfare for everybody, but I feed people I care about, right? I think that's how I am. Yeah, like none of these people need food. They might be unhappy without it, but they don't need to eat. So technically, I do not need to feed him. Stella the dragon. I thought it was getting tamer. It seems like we finally learned to coexist. To manage, at least. But it's really getting stronger, isn't it? Well, you know what it means as well as I do. It's time for me to go. Please, when you can. What? What? That was sudden? Wait, really? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. My heart. I wasn't ready. Summer. Oh. We finished upgrading her house, right? Summer, is this something I've done? Because I can change, I promise. I can. If there's something you're not happy with, I mean, we can work on this. You're just the sweetest person. Never. Can I get a hug? Oh. God, like, I had this talk, like, we need to respect their wishes. Like, I get that. I'm probably just projecting, like, that's fair. Like, I don't want them to go, but, like, at the same time, it's hard to be, like, yeah. I went through this exact same thing last time with Gwen, like, do I think they're really ready? Do I just not want them to go? Are any of us ever really ready, like 100%? Like, you're always going to have some unfinished business, and I think I'm just holding on to that as a reason to, like, keep her on board, and that's probably not fair. We need to be able to respect her decisions, right? Yeah. Gotta respect people. I can't imagine it's a easy choice to make for her. So, like, yeah, as a friend, we gotta be able to do that for her. Like, the way I talk about this game, Jesus Christ, it's giving me all kinds of feelings. I will absolutely get attached to a video game character. I can't help it. Alright. It's all that extra empathy, it just happens. Alright, how are you doing today? I hope I asked. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Hope you're doing well. Not sure Bye, Francis. Not sure exactly what time zone you're in. I've got people from all around. Not trying to brag, I'm just extra happy about it. I've got hive mates from several different European countries. That's been very interesting for me, talking to people. Rude. Learning about stuff that they like to eat. Alien here, I'm not sure if she's still hanging out in chat. She's Polish. I gotta talk to her about some cultural things that are really interesting. Day 5 of being sick, that's rough. I am sorry. I hope you start feeling better. Yeah. I was just talking about like how we have hive mates for different countries. And I used you as an example because you're Polish and you've got all these interesting cultural things I like talking to you about. Exactly. We did. We've got like, it's funny because in the United States it's like a mashup of a bunch of different cultures. So like we have those here. And they're really good. It's always really good. The bakery by my therapist actually sells those. And like 10 out of 10. You know what, that's I think I finished my thought. My medicines make me a little weird. No, I hope you start feeling better. Alright, that's no fun at all when you're sick. Like, you don't need me to tell you that. But like, rest and eat something even if you don't want to, because you know that's what your body needs to help make you feel better. Sleep and nutrition. Speaking of medicine, though, hold on. Our country's a big one for that. Hey, Cozy. Welcome back. Hope work's going well for you. Chatting. Getting to the point that home, really. Hey. In that case, make sure you eat something at some point. Worry about you otherwise. I'm joking. I would worry about you anyway. But also, please eat something. Same for all you guys. Some of you are later in the day. Some of you it's still morning. So I'm not going to go on and on about it, but I'm a mom friend, so I'm going to remind you guys every once in a while. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, United States, we're like a mashup of a bunch of other stuff. So every once in a while we get stuff like that. We're better for it. Oh, pierogies is another one. Oh, man. Like tasty, tasty mashed potato dumplings. Soup's a good one. Just because it is a lot of liquid. And staying hydrated, that's a rough one because it's just like when you're sick, you don't think about the basic things you need to maintain. So you very quickly get dehydrated. And soup's good for that. And just otherwise tasty. Easier to drink stuff when you're not feeling well than just to have a meal. Hope you start feeling better though. It is very important to stay hydrated. But no, yeah, cozy. Get some rest. I'm not going to bug you, but I just want to, I'm here to give people reminders to eat every once in a while. Oh, that too. That's why I tell people, like, either a hot bath or a hot shower. It's that steam that helps clear you up a little bit. I love soup. I'm a big fan of soup. Big soup fan. We were. Oh my God! I forgot we were taking I forgot we were taking summer. Oh, now I'm sad about it again. But when you start feeling better, then think about all the soup you have to look forward to for when you're feeling better. Whoa. I'm jealous. Oh no! Don't. Yeah, oh my God. My medicine's making me a little disoriented. I didn't even realize what I just did. Right. Yes. Or what I do, I add some hefty shakes of cayenne into my soup when I'm not feeling well, and the extra heat clears up my sinuses extra well. It's brush your teeth and then drink the orange juice, because what happens is the toothpaste blocks your tongue's ability to detect sweetness. So that's why orange juice tastes so weird after you brush your teeth. Oh God, now I'm a jerk for correcting you. I'm sorry, I didn't need to do that. Oh God, sorry. I'm a nerd and I'm apparently very rude. Oh, that does sound really nice though. I'm sorry, friend. Like I said, I hope you start feeling better. That's really rough. That pizza does sound good, but I'm not gonna discuss it because I don't want to I don't want to make you feel worse. But I hope you're able to have one of those soon and enjoy it. No, yeah, you have to assert dominance, like just flex on people every once in a while. Just look someone in the eye and just toothbrush in one hand and, And then they're all like, how did you get in my house? And then you're just drinking orange juice. It's wild. Hey, Astrid. Gotta make sure we give our friends some breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Astrid's sweet. That's what I mean, like, she was a little abrasive at first, but, like, she's really fine. It wasn't until I bumped into him that I had to actually grow as a person. And that's not good. I don't want to grow as a person. I want to attack people for making my friends sad. That's how I want to live my life. Have a strawberry. And a hug? Okay, I was just curious what would happen in that situation. Wild. Yeah, I'm not happy about it either, but we had this conversation with Gwen just recently, and I'm just, it's like this is the period at the end of the sentence. This is like the most expected thing in the world. This was always going to happen. And we're here to help guide them along their journey. And we got to be able to respect them enough when they say that they're at the end of it. It's just more difficult because you are their friends and you're going to miss them, but it's part of the process. I mean, but can I give you a hug first? Oh, hold on. Gwen let us give us a hug before the. Okay, so I'm gonna sneak in a hug. She's not even gonna expect it. I'm fine. I just really, really want that hug. Yeah. Like, I know it's a video game. I don't know why I'm like this. It's all this extra empathy I have. I can't leave my house. I'm disabled. I get attached to video game characters. Oh, God. I would love to give you a hug. Literally any of you. I can't because I can't, but just let me know if you need a hug. I'm a big fan of hugs. Or if you want me to punch him, I can do that too. Yeah, if someone's giving you a hard time and needing me to throw an elbow at him, I'll do that too. I'm your friend. A good friend can provide a hug, or, you know, I'll hit someone for you too if you need me to. Just let me know. More importantly, it's 2022. Who still calls someone else a rat? Who is this person? We'll attack him. Legally, I have to say that's a joke, in case this gets, ends up in court or something. This is, the evidence. Legally, it's a joke, but literally, I will attack someone for you. Okay. I really thought I could keep up with it this time. The dragon. I was certain it was calming down. I could feel it purring, the warmth of it in my chest. I guess I just did it all over again. Just like my father, the dragon is a beast, indomitable, if I recall my own words correctly. Whether you choose to care for it, or to beat it down. Oh, what would Rose think of me? Would she be proud? Would she be ashamed? I can't help but wonder what she would have done in my stead. But I know what she would have told me. She would have looked me straight in the eye. Her gaze would have pierced through the veil of my appearance. She wouldn't have said a word. She knew from the beginning. She knew the dragon would take me away. She knew I would have tried to love it and not hate it. Would she have judged me for my failure? I couldn't love it, Stella. I just couldn't. As much as I hate it, it is a part of me now. It will be forever. If I want to leave gracefully, I must accept it for what it is now. I was looking forward to so many more lessons with you. You've been such a gifted student, Stella. I am so proud of you. So proud of your heart. So proud of your blossoming soul. I'm sorry to leave you. You'll have to learn by yourself. I have no doubt that you'll pull through. The only lesson I have left to show you what we're made of ephemeral starlight. We're but a few particles of thought on a vast stream of consciousness. This is the last thing I can teach you, Stella. That all things change, that all things end. I'm so proud of you, Stella. And I know Rose would be too. Thank you for everything. Oh, my heart. I'm not. Oh my god. Oh. Whoop. You know? Oh. Oh, keep it together, bees. Oh man, that's rough. Oh. Oh. Can I like... Is there a way to... In summer, in Gwen's house, there's a spot you can go to look at her constellation. I don't know if it's the same here, but I guess we'll figure that out. Oh god, that gutted me inside. Okay, gotta continue. Right, you know, we're just... Okay, that's rough. Right, okay. It's... You know. Let yourself be sad sometimes, that's alright. That's part of the process. This game, I think this game's a really good teacher about this kind of thing. You just had to be sitting. Thank you. I was wondering about that. I was about to go try going back to Gwen's to see if it would let me, because it let me in her place. Okay. Dang. That's the thing I'm realizing. It happens so unexpectedly, doesn't it? I guess that makes a lot of sense, all things considered. I wasn't expecting her to want to go this, at this time. Dang. Hold on, what's happening? What did I miss? Hold on. Oh, soy sauce. I'm a big fan of soup. Ask anyone. Love soup. When I make ramen, because I make it really rich, I usually go for depends on how much you're making, but a good glug of lemon juice helps in my mind. It really just depends on what, it depends on how heavy your ramen is. Like mine, it's got meats and mushrooms and it's really fatty, so with that it helps with the lemon. Okay. Alright. Well, now we've got 3 people again. I think it's nice having a recipe book on hand. It's like anything I make, it's always, you just know, like you make something enough, you just know how to make it. But then you try to explain it to someone, you're like, just eyeball it, or just a splash of this, and they don't know. So I wanted to get to the point where I'm like writing this down so I can like share it with people. Okay. So that's the thing, a tune needs fried chicken, apparently, for part of his story, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Astrid's story is only going to progress if his story progresses. Because I genuinely believe we need to reveal what kind of a bad person he is before she's able to move on. So we probably do need to do his stuff next. Oh, we brought the terrible lion man on board. And I just haven't been feeding him, which is so I've been happy about that, but you know, we got him to deal with now. So I believe we have to progress his stuff if we're gonna continue with her stuff. They're absolutely linked, right? Oh, Giovanni, that's his name. Actually, I want to see what else, since we're this close to a bus stop, I wanted to see what Albert has going on, what we need, anything we could acquire, maybe. That being said, actually, let's see what improvements we have available that we just don't have resources for. Okay, this we can do. We don't have ash or comet powder, but I can in fact make aluminum. So cotton fabric and iron, we can do that one also. And bright jelly we can get. So let's do some aluminum now then. And go talk to Albert's and then probably get some of that jelly. Meanwhile, Alex is just hamming really hard. Oh, Alex is wonderful. Oh, Alex, you're gonna make this so much more difficult than it has to be. Can I? Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be something. Wait. Alex is living his life. Yeah. Hold on. Did I? Oh, there. Oh, this is gonna be nutty. Oh god, yeah, okay, aluminum is so much, it's like the exact opposite of iron. With iron, the bar barely moved at all. This one, and the bar filled up slowly. This one is just like, gotcha. I mean, at least it goes by really quick. Yeah, look at that. Alright. Well, I mean, it means you have something to look forward to. That's very important. It's future soup, which is maybe the best kind of soup. Potential soup. Okay, we did that one. We need jelly for that. Which other one were we looking at? Ah. Okay, so I need 3 iron. And let's see what we got for cotton fabric, because I know we have cotton. I'm assuming we can make that. That's one of the things, because we have cotton. I'm assuming we can do that. Okay. Yeah, let's do some of that then. It's been a while since we were able to do this. I kind of missed it. Not getting up. Oh no, yeah, it's illegal. You have to stay in bed. Once your cat's on you, that's it. Like we are friends, but I will call the police if you get up if your cat's on you. And I like to think you understand. I mean, it's a sad way to go, but like, there's nothing that can be done about it. It's just part of life. Oh, that's sweet. That's God, animals are so good. Oops. Whoops. The good news is if you mess up too badly, it just lets you redo it. Alright. So we need some iron, and that should be that for that upgrade, and then we can continue with our lives. Let me just like literally hammering on other people's houses. Sir, it's already built, you're not doing anything. Oh my god, that's precious. Alex, where are we? Where are we going? Let's let's proceed so we can use the foundry, and as much as I love Alex, let's continue. My cat Ellie does the exact same thing. She'll wake up from a dead sleep and her eyes are just barely open, and she'll let out a meow and just run over to me and like curl back up and fall asleep. But if she wakes up and she knows that I'm not there, she has to find me and smush up against me so she can fall back asleep. And it's really cute because like I said, like she can barely keep her eyes open. She just like meows and comes after me. Like with determination. Like if I don't have a spot open for her to cuddle with me, she'll make one. Knock over stuff if she has to. Oh, I love her. Dogs are smart. Smart and sweet. Animals, they have so much love to give. People are not always ideal. We lie and hurt each other, but animals, they really just like, they have a lot of love to give, and they just want to be loved in return. Like they want to be fed and cuddled, and if you feed them and cuddle them, they'll be good to you. People don't work that way. Oh, so much love. Alright. So let's I think it was Astrid's place, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know why we needed so much iron to give her a plant, but, you know. Okay, but not everyone's like that, is what I mean. Most people don't work that way. Like, the good ones are, but most people aren't. Failed sawmill. We do not have marble. No nebula thread. Have that. Have it. Okay. Still no nebula thread. Oh, it's really sweet, actually. I'm the same way. Like, you feed me, I'll be your best friend forever. But people, I mean, I'm a lot simpler than most people. What? Hold on, we got another one from Albert. We gotta brace ourselves for this. I once had a friend who cut his own toe. He had a new one made of rubber. Albert, you're on thin ice. Okay, knock it off. God, fine. Thank you. 10 out of 10. I am such a big fan of Albert. Oh, we can actually make that too. I've even got an upgrade for the crusher. We don't even have the crusher yet. And this one. Hold on. Okay, so we can actually access a different chunk of the map then. We just need more wool fabric. How much do I have? Because that's 16. That sounds like an amazing friendship. So 26. Hold on. I doubt I have that much, but let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, fabric. Thread. What? Hold on, what did you need? Because I've got stuff. Hold up. Wool fabric. Oh, it's cotton fabric. I'm an idiot. Wool fabric. Okay, right. So we do specifically need sheep for that. Right. Gotcha. I was very confused. Story of my life. Alright. Oh, I love that. Best friendship. That sounds really nice. Alright, so... Alright, Giovanni, let's get your dirty chocolate. Oh, okay, lucky coincidence. We just happen to be right here. Right. Oh, hold up. We wanted some, jellyfish business too, didn't we? I've not done that since, like, the very beginning of the game. Oh, D&D is such a great way to, like, spend time with people. It really is. It's just like imagining in a group of people and rolling dice. And if you're lucky, it's a group of people you care about, like you and your friends and family, just group imagining and rolling dice around. I meant to start a game recently-ish. It's just like, it's so hard to get a group of adults together on the same night. Like, it's just, schedules are so rough. So it didn't get off the ground. I'm sad about that because we had all of our characters made up, but one person would leave, and another person would join, and another person would leave, and another person would join. We would just always one person down. And by the time we got that person, someone else would leave. And it's just so difficult. We ended up having to postpone it. So we'll see. I think that's nice. And it does run in families a lot, I find. Like siblings, or if you're lucky enough to have a parent who did it, that's great, but like, at the very least, generation to generation, like you find brothers and sisters do share that quite a bit. And I think that's really sweet. Like my brother plays. He does 5th edition, so like, but I still love him anyway. Oh, my family's yelling at me. Hold on. Be right back. One sec. Football sleep. Yeah. Okay. Oh, my bad. Speaking of family, my family's going to the store, and I asked if I needed anything. I gave them my card as like, so they're gonna pick up a pie for me while they're out, so I get that to look forward to. Hold on. I've never played. Huh. Well. Hold on. What does that feed me? That's adorable. Thank you. Cozy. So I gave you a follow, didn't I? I believe I did. Guys, I've been friends with Cozy here for a couple days. Yeah, a couple days. And let me just say, 10 out of 10. And if you're not following them, you should be. I was wondering about this because Gwen was the person I interacted with for this sequence. Oh. The symbol on her door is doing something. Oh. That's an interesting way for the game to do that. Okay, yeah. Like I said, yeah, oh, well. Roll20 is really good for that, but it's really complex. It's like, there's a bit to learn for Roll20. It's very technical. Once you have it figured out, it's perfectly fine. But there's just a lot of technical stuff to learn, to the point where I deal with a lot of new players, and I don't like requiring them to learn all of this stuff to start playing. But it is in regards to finding people to play with, it's good. It's just like, I've always been of the opinion where I like playing with people I'm already at least familiar with. I think it's just a much better playing experience if it's you and your friends. Oh, I don't know where all the platforms are, huh? I was gonna say, yeah, Cozy, you may be better at it than I am. Oh, 2 of them. I was gonna say, I had said I was trying to start up a group of people it's just really hard to get people together. So I was really wanting to say, like, well, if you're interested, but at the same time, yeah, it's like I don't want to promise anything, because I tried starting up a group recently and it never got off the ground. I'm disappointed about all that yet. But, I mean, I could ask around again if we, Cozy, you said that you're a DM. I know what being a forever DM is like. At the same time, I was a player somewhat recently, and I recognize that, like, as nice as it is to, be a player every once in a while still, I really do prefer being a DM. So, as a group, we all decide we want to play something. I wouldn't mind DMing if you wanted to be a player. Or at least extend you the invitation, because I know what being a forever DM is like. It really is nice playing with a group of people that you're at least friendly with. Like, at least for me, I'm very anxious all the time, so meeting people for that, it's rough. But, yeah, we'll see. Luxby, one of my mods, really wanted to play too. And honestly, even if it's just you two and them, like, I think a 3-person party would be fantastic. So, like, that's really all I need, but I don't want to sign you guys up for anything. Okay, so you're hungry. We have to protect Astrid. It's very important to me. I do think it's a nice way to spend time with friends, though. Especially anymore because it's very easy for me to meet people online. Like, all of my friends are online. Like, I meet people through here. It's very hard for me to meet people in person, but that's the thing. It's like, for the longest time, you had to do D&D in person. It's very difficult otherwise. So on here, it's just like, once we figured out how to do D&D online, it was just great. It's a great way to spend time with your internet friends and have a nice time. So I think it's really good once you get something off the ground. I also do everything homebrew. I've got a problem that way. I just love making my game world so much. I often bite off more than I can chew. I just get over my head with making stuff. That's the thing, though. You end up with so many character ideas. At least for me, I start making them into NPCs just because. There's no way you can ever use them all in time otherwise. Okay, so I needed that for something. What did I need that for? Or was it this one? Yeah, wait, hold on. Bright jelly. Is that not what... The resolution's too low. Do I just... I think I just don't have enough. Hold on. I'm one short. I'm mad. Ah. Alright. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, the way I do it is I don't even bother with Roll20 because I deal with almost entirely new players. So I just simplify things. Between Discord and Google Documents. Google Documents is really useful with a little bit of prep from the DM because you can post pictures on there, like post a map on there with tokens, and that way everyone can interact with it. So your people move tokens around and stuff. It's just very straightforward that way. Incredibly easy. You don't have to worry about learning all of the stuff on Roll20 because it's a very useful website. It lets you do stuff like dynamic lighting, but it's also very complicated, especially if you're working with new people. It's like for new players, making characters and looking at the books and stuff is already like a bit overwhelming. There's a lot of material. I don't want them to have to learn like all these different things as well. I'm also a cat dad. My Bella is a calico and she's really sweet. I have another named Addie, and she's calico, but she couldn't live with me. She had to live with someone else. I'm sad about it, but like it's a good home. She's taken well care of. But I miss her, you know. But you know, she's taken care of. It's a good home. Like, I made sure of it. I wouldn't let her stay there otherwise. We are on our way to the thing, right? We are... Yeah, right. I'm exactly one green jelly short. I'm mad. If I'd been stopping by them like I should have been, then this probably wouldn't be an issue. Why are you happy? Something just made him happy. We're gonna go nip this in the bud. What's up? We're gonna have to talk to a tool about that flute playing. It's getting out of hand. Just barked at his dog. What? Giovanni, you are feeling entirely too nice about yourself. Quit it. I mean, Miles does that to me too, but you know, I suppose I wake him up too, don't I? Like, you ever think about it? Your cats are sleeping and you start petting them and you wake him up. I never really thought about it much. I know he likes to wake me up, so probably. I'm sleeping, he yells at me. Alright. Guys, my family's picking up a pie. I'm so excited. Oh. Oh my god, my heart. Oh, I'm weak. Scuffed ones, good morning. You did, yes. My family's going to the store and they asked if I want anything. I gave them my card and I'm like, you know, well, asked for a pie. I don't know why I paused there, but here we are. No, Scuffed ones, hope you're doing well today. They're going to Meyer, and Meyer sells this like apple pie that's got like this caramel on top. Ooh, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you. I'm collecting myself. If you got a sweet tooth, man. Ooh. 10 out of 10. It is just... Ooh. The best. I've got a lot of depression, and when I'm sad I like sweet stuff, so I'm just constantly just dessert fiend. Yeah, I haven't talked to you guys in a little bit. I mean, stress eating as long as you eat, like, whatever makes you feel better. How's that going, by the way? I haven't talked to you two since then, I don't believe. Is that the name of your new channel, or is that like, because I know you two are merging your channels into one. And if that is, then if you want to drop a link in the chat or something, I wouldn't be against that, because Scuffed Ones here is, we know in the community as Valdissimo, and T-Mocker, I guess they moved in together, but they also merged their streaming channels, and they're two of my favorite people. Very sweet and very friendly, and just really good streamers. So I want to at least give you guys the opportunity to give them a follow if you're interested. Hey, okay. Because like otherwise, the people in chat wouldn't know that you're really good streamers. So here I am, you know, trying to help everybody out. Like, oh no, I want to follow a good streamer, but I do not know which of these people are good streamers. I wish someone would point me in the right direction. That's my impression of you guys. So, there you go. Oh, human? Sometimes. Thank you, that's nice of you. I do the best I can, but, ooh, you know, I do the best I can. Let's go shopping. Let's have a golden retriever. I love golden retrievers. They're really sweet, really soft. Aww. Oh. Stuff to look forward to maybe sometime in the future. Move out, have a nice pet family. Yeah, that's one of my exes told me that she didn't like cats, and it should have been a red flag. And that relationship lasted all of like 5 days. It was messed up. Don't know why. Yeah, like that should have told me what I needed to know, right? But you know, we're all stupid. You get in a relationship and you ignore a bunch of red flags. Yeah, like that's the thing. I love all animals. I just ended up having to be a cat parent. Specifically because the apartment I was living with at the time when I decided to get a pet, I was working third shift and I wanted to get an animal for my ex to keep her company. And the apartment I was living in didn't let us have dogs. So I ended up getting Miles. And we just ended up having to keep getting cats instead of dogs because Miles does not get along with dogs. So that's how I became a cat parent. And I love cats, I just love animals. He loves tennis balls, and you surround yourself with stuff you love. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like puppies. They want to play fetch, but they don't want to give you the ball. They want to keep it, but they want to play fetch, but they want to keep it. I hate the way he looks at me. I will attack you. And like, I know for a fact this isn't for Astrid, because Astrid doesn't like fancy stuff. You hear that, Oscar or whatever, whoever you are? I listen. I'm not, I'm mad. Oh, hold on, I'm mad. Ooh, cheating gets to me. I mean, you guys kind of know me by now. I don't get mad a lot. I try to stay, chill about things. Let things be. I'm a big not fan of cheating though. That's one of my things. I cannot abide cheating. And I don't want to be an accomplice. Alright. Although we are getting to the bottom of this cheating thing, so like, yeah, I guess we kinda we're doing this for Astrid's sake in a really roundabout way. I got your blood chocolates. Cool, calm, and collected. See, my thing is being really sad all the time. So, that leaves very little room for anger. I've never been an angry person, I'm just always sad. Let's pack up, guys. We don't deserve Stella one bit. I like to think the letters are wiggling because we recognize that he's a really creepy person. Buzz. Like I hate very few people. Like there's bees, and it's a short list. Usually just bees. But this guy, I mean, yeah. I'm sure he can be. I'm having a very hard time because like I said, I've got a short list of things that really get me mad at a person. And I can't abide by cheating. That's... So also super Italian. Oh, incredibly Italian. We actually last year we had a lot of bees around our house, and I think they built a nest in our wall or something. But we were periodically getting like 1 or 2 a day, and then one day I get up and I go downstairs in the kitchen, and I didn't notice until I was in the kitchen. There's a swarm of bees around me, more than I was able to count because they're flying around, but at least a dozen bees were flying around me. It was an issue. Not for my sake. I don't care. Go ahead and sting me. But I've got cats, and I know Ellie's really keen on chasing things, so that was an issue. We had to figure out where they were coming from. It's scary. What are we doing? Sleep stuff. It's that's a thing. Or wasps even. This year we had a wasp get in. I was worried it was going to be a repeat of last year, but we sprayed around the areas that we needed to last time, and they seemed to relocate. I'm assuming... Well, they're not even awake yet. I'm assuming there's going to be more dialogue with him and or her. It's really sweet when Daffodil climbs on you. Daffodil reminds me a lot of Miles. They're both fluffy, but he loves to play with stuff. He's just always always sassy, attacking things, but derpy and majestic at the same time. And I can't explain it any better than that. I mean, you guys know how cats are. Derpy and majestic at the same time is probably a good way to describe them. So, now we've got options, don't we? Does she? Is that what's been going on? I thought it'd be rude to ask. Just let her live her life. Okay, so what do I want to do here? We're kind of well, let's go to the bus stop and go from there, because I suppose that's the first step at no matter where we go, right? Daffodil, you there? Kind of outraced you. Now I'm trying to get her to jump, and I can't seem to. Daffodil, get up here. I can't do it now, and I'm upset. I mean, this game is entirely like immersion and a personal experience with the different characters. So I mean, any extra reading material, that sounds great. Whoop! Nailed it. And I was saying before, Stella, like the fact that she's still a person. I don't know like what it is, but I've gotten so used to her character. She's so expressive all the time. Like exaggerated expressions. So like when she smiles, it is the cheesiest, like I can't see her smile and not smile myself. It is just like, love it. Like I've been saying this constantly, but it's just like I love all these characters. Literally every character I've met in this game, except for one, is great. And you know, I'm being polite, and I'm not gonna name who it is. So don't ask, because I won't tell you. You know. Nematodi was saying that her favorite character was Alex, and that is just incredibly valid. Alex is a treasure. Oh, now we actually gotta decide where we want to go, though, right? I suppose it is probably time to pick up a new spirit. Yeah. And I know for a fact there's one here. Not sure if we can reach it. Hey, appreciate you, Pig. Hopefully the work's going well for you. Pig's a good guy too. He's my second in command. So I've always said, in case anything mysteriously happens to me, first order of business is to make sure that Big isn't responsible, and then, assuming he's not, he takes over. He's a good friend of mine. Okay. Let's go to that place to see if there is a spirit there. I don't know if we can find them yet, but we're gonna see. Let's find out. I don't know if we have any more seeds. Okay, I mean that makes this a lot easier. We probably should be cooking some more stuff, though. I think we have a few different things, but we only have one of each of them. So let's see. So... I mean, let's keep it simple, I suppose. Let's just cook some of those. Grilled fish is a good one for... A lot of people like grilled fish. And go from there, I suppose. Future me can figure that out. Okay. Yeah, and then once we get done here, we can actually pick up... We literally just need one more of those green jellyfish. We can upgrade the field. Okay. Looks good to me. Astrid, you hungry? When people warned me about characters in this game that were less than likable, I was worried they meant Astrid. I was wrong. No, Astrid's a sweetheart. Nah, she's perfectly fine. Okay, so let's see if we can find a spirit. Then I suppose we do actually need to talk to Tony? I'm gonna call him Tony. Oh. Guess there's that in there. Have I been up here yet? I think I have, right? Yeah, because there's something in the water down there. I don't know if I talked to any of these people, though. Hey, I mean, yeah. Wait, yeah. I think that's an indicator that, yes, I have not, in fact, been up here. Some more interesting. There is a so we should be able to access this entire place, and yet that we're not finding where the spirit is. So maybe they're not available yet, like they're not here yet. Or see, I was really hoping I'd be able to finish that sentence once I started it, but that just didn't come to pass. Huh. Oh, Daffodil just runs up and sits on you. Oh. Alright. I mean, hey, what's up? Yes, young person. Can I assume you are busy? You are a modern woman. You have things to do, tasks to accomplish, deadlines and whatnot. We get it. You have a busy life. We at Fido Rama believe in productivity and filled bellies. Are you selling me something? I will attack you. That's why we have created an incredible food delivery service. Carefully crafted meals by our food gourmet artists. Making meals shouldn't be a distraction. Finding what to eat every day is a chore. Who hurt you? Your time matters. I promise you it doesn't. But not at the expense of an empty belly. If you believe in Feedorama, you'll enhance your palate. You'll grow in taste. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you're Blue Apron. Okay, gotcha. You could have just led with that. Okay. I thought you were going to sell me a TV dinner. You're actually just going to give me produce. Yeah. I am actually going to give that a little bit of consideration. I just wish I knew what kind of stuff you would give me. But there are some ingredients I need that I don't have. So I'm not sure. You made it. We could move getting up here. I kind of lied earlier. It's not so great up here. But you're here, so it might get better. I don't have a membership card for you. You'll be an honorary member of the upstairs crew. I'll show you the secret handshake, but I don't know where your hands have been. That's reasonable. If you did, you still wouldn't show me the handshake. I promise you. That's all. It's no good. In fact, borderline evil. Door? Okay, so that's peculiar. Well, I do know where one other spirit is. Like, I know for a fact, like, one we can interact with. There may be another one, but it seems like there's a few that we just can't get to yet. We don't have the abilities to reach them. So I guess we'll go there. Yeah. We did want to see some more jellyfish. So what do our options look like? So I believe it's this one here. So there aren't really any jellyfish right by a bus stop. Kind of. So, yeah. So let's go to that one by the mansion. Get that real quick. That way we can upgrade our field on our way to go pick up the other spirit. This is the one I think it is, the location. I'm not 100% sure where it is, but I think it's there. There's a wolf. Like, if that silhouette wasn't a wolf, I'll be very surprised. But I suppose we'll see. Cook some of these things by themselves just to see if they do give you a unique dish. Same way like the lobster and the squid do. But we'll see. Should have gotten a whole bunch of seats to put in here. Yeah. Okay, that just gives you the shellfish. Alright. So, what do I have for grain salad? That is, I believe, shrimp and corn. Let's do that then. Yeah. And a variety of a few things. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Ari. You are good company, so thank you for being good company. Hope you get some rest. Hope you start feeling better. I appreciate you, yeah. Let's see. We're doing that. People should be up. Let's go feed some people. Spend most of my time cooking and feeding people because I just drag my feet and take forever to do anything. It's a struggle. Oh, make everything so much more difficult on myself. And that's just true of my entire life. So that's just that's something I gotta deal with. Hey, Tony. Anything else to say? You know you're special, don't you? That's really nice of you to say. Don't you dare be endearing. Don't you dare make me like you. I will. Fine, you can eat. Just. Let's do the hug. All right. Where's Astrid? I do. I just, man, I don't know what her favorite thing is, and it's really bothering me. I know she likes plain food, but I don't know what she loves. That's something I'm trying to figure out. Everyone else I can get a handle for their preferences. Her, she's been, I don't know. We'll see. Figure it out. Give her enough stuff, eventually we'll get it right. Gets Nora better than me, she might just tell us. what chicken and corn does. It's good with chicken and lettuce, but I already know it's going to make a chicken salad, so I'm not impressed. Ooh. So, thank you for that. Alright. We literally just need one of these. How? Yar. Alright. Rad. Really? That's very disappointing in that case. Alright. Got plenty. I mean, if you mix enough stuff together, eventually we'll get a casserole, I suppose. Still need to eventually name this boat too. Keep wanting to give this boat a name. We just never get around to it. Oh, so now they can grow higher, I suppose, right? Likely. Maybe. How much more space we have now? Yeah, we upgraded the boat again. To go get that last spirit. And actually, this might be a good place to leave off. Yeah, 5 hours. Pick up next time. We had to say goodbye to a couple friends. And, still having a nice time. You gotta share the good times, you gotta share the sad times. Jagarth, I appreciate you. You're good company, you are. Alright, so I'm gonna sign off. I hope you guys are good to yourselves. Hope you have a nice day. If you don't, then I hope tomorrow's a nice day. Could be. Good times and bad times. I know all about having bad times, but you gotta leave yourself open to have some good times too. Just because you're sad doesn't mean you also can't find a little bit of happy. And I wish that for you guys. Alien, you're fantastic as well. Not sure who else is hanging out, but I've had some really good company here today on stream. Cozy's been really good. Valdissimo popped in for a bit. Very fortunate that way. Big, I know you were lurking. Not sure if you're hanging out, but I've been having some really nice times on stream hanging out with you guys, so thank you. Yeah, like I said, be good to yourselves. Hopefully I see you guys around.